In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Tuesday, June 11th, 2024 at 4:51 p.m. A quorum of the board, along with a number of our staff members, are physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. We will now hear 6 student transfer appeals in closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code Sections 551.0821. The time is 4:51, and we will return to open session before taking any action. Thank you very much. We'll try to get back here within the next 20 or 30 minutes. Thanks. Bye. All right, so we are now back in open session at 6:05 p.m. Do I have a motion on agenda item 16.1, the transfer appeal on behalf of AM?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we will now vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Next, do I have a motion on agenda item 3.2, the transfer appeal on behalf of OF?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, having a motion by trustee Boswell and a second by trustee Zapata. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion on agenda item 3.3, the transfer appeal on behalf of SS?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell, a second by trustee Zapata to uphold the administration's decision. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes unanimously. 3.4, do I have a motion on agenda item 3.4, the transfer appeal on behalf of CM?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All right, we'll now vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Next, do I have a motion on agenda item 3.5, the transfer appeal on behalf of BZ?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we'll now vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Next, we have, do I have a motion on agenda item 3.6, the transfer appeal on behalf of CS?
Yes, I move to affirm the decision of the superintendent and deny the relief requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we'll now vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, board members. So we will take now a short break so that the staff can move our microphones to the floor, and then we will have our scorecard and budget discussions. Thank you. Okay, all right, so it is 6:30 and we are back. And so now we're moving into our retreat. We're going to talk about 2 things, the scorecard and the budget. I think the vast majority of the conversation will be on the scorecard, which we're scheduled to vote on next week. So at this point, I'll turn it over to the administration.
Thank you, President Singh, trustees. We have a presentation that we'll go through, but certainly excited to create a dialogue to discuss the draft goal progress measures and constraint progress measures. And so I think as we move into it, the goal is really to review the language. We brought forward draft language last week. We received feedback. We as a team have been kind of working through different things. So excited to have a conversation around the kind of updated goal progress measures and constraint progress measures. And then before we close, we want to identify next steps to kind of bring this to a final recommendation for approval in June. And so the one thing I will say before we get going is, like, this is pretty difficult, just generally speaking. You know, we are essentially setting, you know, the path for the next 5 years, right, as an organization. And we've always looked at this as an opportunity to do things and track things that align with our values and you know, position our district so that our initiatives, our budgets, everything is totally aligned. And so I want the board to know that that is like philosophically where I want to be. Like that is where I want to be as we lead the work moving forward. I think it's also critically important that we talk about just the realities of the space that we're in as an organization, and have a candid conversation around what is possible, what introduce risks to the organization, and kind of share with you our thought process around how we plan to manage those risks over the next many years. But I want the board to maybe hopefully recognize that the team here, along with many other people, have deliberated on each of these goal progress measures, and each of them, we have received feedback and thought and input on, and we're very sensitive to all of it, and we're trying to kind of converge on something that works. And so there are 10 goals and 10 constraints, and each of these goals has goal progress measures. Each of these constraints have constraint progress measures, and all of them as a whole is the body of work that will kind of impact our approach for the next couple of years. And I think that there are great things in here, things that truly align with our values. And I also think there are things that, we are moving through because it is what best mitigates certain risks. And I think we just have to acknowledge that and talk about what those are, and be really honest about, what that looks like as we implement. Because I have heard from the board as I came into the seat and over the last year that there are certain priorities of how we want to manage the work. And I want to tell you that, each of those things is certainly like weighed heavily on me as we discuss all of this. And so it's a difficult conversation. It's one that definitely needs to progress. But I'm hopeful that we'll get to something that will truly align with our values, be able to move student outcomes for years to come, and one that we can actually implement within our system. Those three things I think have to be true for us to be successful. So before we get going, what I'm going to do is hand it over to Heather Petrosini to take us through the first couple slides, and then she'll hand it over to Jacob Reach to take us through the goal progress measures and the goals themselves. What we talked about last time was kind of breaking up goals and constraints and having a conversation around those separately. I think we would appreciate that type of conversation again. But even maybe more importantly, out of the 5 goal progress measures, there's probably 2 that are going to be a focus for us. And so, to the extent possible, if there is an opportunity to kind of say, okay, these generally speaking, align, then I think we'd appreciate that feedback, because it allows us to focus the time on the things that we really need to focus on. So there's clear direction for the administration as we move forward. So with that, y'all should have a printout. It's also on the presentation, in the slide behind me. But I'll hand it over to Heather to take us through. And right now we're on slide 3, types of assessments. Go ahead, Heather.
Good evening, Superintendent Segura, members of the board. We tonight thought we'd start out by situating the types of assessment, not only for the board here tonight, but for our viewers at home, so that we're sure that we're all on the same page as we talk through the different types of assessments. So down the left-hand column there, you'll see that we've listed 5 different types of assessment, and then the brief description on each one. So I'll just hit the high points for you. We are required to have a screener, and there are assessments that screen students, and this identifies risk for difficulties quickly. This is not meant to be a laborious sort of assessment where we are probing deeply into every facet. It's meant to be a quick check and to see where students are and identify students who might be at risk. Then we have our formative assessments, which are quick check-in tests, and those might be like exit tickets or even a common formative assessment that a team puts together, and that is going over concepts that are currently being taught in the classroom. We also have interim assessments, and that's the detailed snapshot of how students are growing during a given school year. So you've often heard us talk about short cycle assessments, benchmark assessments, STAR interim assessments. Those are the types of assessments we're talking about when we speak to interims. There's also the diagnostics, which are given prior to a concept or skill being taught and identifies gaps after a screening or when concerns exist around a specific skill gap. So perhaps you're screening around phonemic awareness, and we see in that screener, there might be something going on here with phonemic awareness. We'll then do a diagnostic after that to probe deeper to see what parts of phonemic awareness are we really needing to focus on with the student. And then there are the summative assessments that tell us about all of the mastered content for that grade level content that's been taught. And a good example of those are our EOCs, our STAR assessments. While we can still use those to guide instruction, the reason those are given is they are a summative assessment. Next slide, please. Jacob's back there clicking, so it took a sec. And then also we wanted to make sure that everyone understands all of the assessments we're giving, both from a district point of view and then what's required by the state. So down the left-hand column, we've listed kinder, first, second, then gone to more bands, third through fifth, middle, and high. And you'll see down the district column, map growth math, map growth math. In second grade, we are giving the COGAT. And then in third through fifth, as identified as one of our progress measures, STAMP is included here. You'll also see down the far right column under state, we've listed everything that we are required to give. And so I want to share a little bit about that here. We are required to choose something off of the commissioner's list. And so when you see dyslexia screener, MAP, reading fluency, we are required to give a dyslexia screener. And so that is what we have chosen. Texkia is given in kindergarten. There are 3 waves. We are only required to give it in the fall, and that is when we give it. And then MAP reading fluency, you'll see there, again, on the commissioner's list. If you look over in the district column, you'll see that we have 2 asterisks after map growth math. That has asterisks there because we are required to give that as part of the screening for math that's outlined in the agreed order with TEA. And then as we work our way down, you'll see that there are end of course interim assessments, curriculum-based assessments, which are still under development, PSATs, SATs, assessments for world language, and then of course we have TELPAS, EOCs, all of the regular assessments that you are accustomed to us giving and reporting out on throughout the year. Next slide, please.
Heather, can we just pause here
Sure.
quickly? I just wanted to see if anybody has questions, because I know I've got a couple real quick. So I'll just ask my question. For looking at kinder, the dyslexia screener, MAP, reading fluency, that's a brief little screener. Do you know approximately how long it takes to administer that?
So we did pull minutes on testing, and on for map growth, we're looking around 25 minutes. But on the next slide, we are going to talk about how you're giving the assessment. So if it's one-on-one versus whole group versus small groups,
Okay, we'll get to
that does impact the time spent
Okay.
on the assessment.
And then the screener, how long is that one?
The dyslexia screener?
The dyslexia screener takes about 20 minutes per child, but you are giving that dyslexia screener over time. I mean, it's not just once in kindergarten, they get it again in first grade as well, so.
Okay, does anybody else have quick clarifying questions?
I have a couple. One is I see they're required as part of TEA agreed order for the MTSS system, and I don't see those stars in third through fifth, middle, or high school. Does that mean they're not required, or that they're just missing the stars?
They're just missing the stars.
Okay, thank you.
We
Which
can fix that.
ones are those?
The map, I assume it's the map growth, all the way through
All the
third
way
through
through.
12th, every single grade has to have. And my understanding from our conversation last time is that it doesn't have to be map growth, but it has to be something.
It needs to be a screener. Something is designed to be a screener.
Okay. And then I see, thank you for the, the different kinds of tests. And I see, once we get to third grade all the way through middle school, I see both the MAP growth and the STAR interim assessments. So are we giving children 2 beginning of the year tests, 2 middle of the year tests? How is that? Because I know at some point when our community was really vocal about the quantity of testing, we took the interim STAR away. My understanding is that there were educators who felt that was more useful to them than the MAP and asked for it to come back. I'd love to understand how those intersection and why we're choosing to do both.
So I don't
Again.
think that the interim STAR, so the interim STAR is a practice STAR test that the TEA puts out for campuses to use. It also gives them information basically saying that this is where we predict the students might be. So it's predictive of how they will score on the actual STAR, and so therefore TEA recommends that you give it in a window around February or March. As far as I know, this district has never pushed this out. We did ask for it to be required last year, because though we do have MAP and we give MAP 3 times a year, MAP serves a different purpose than the interim STAR. And so that one we only give 1 time a year, and it's in the month of February.
Okay, and so MAP is also supposed to be predictive.
Yes, it is supposed to be predictive of how the students will do on STAR, but also it gives us other information, and it fulfills a lot of the requirements that we have from the state.
Okay, so just one more question about the intersection between those. We took the interim STAR away a couple of years ago, and now we've put it back. Is it being required for everyone, or it's optional?
So what I think we're referring to is we took away the short cycle assessments.
Yes.
Sort of in February of 2023. We said we're going to pull back on some of the short cycle assessments. TEA also puts out the STAR interim assessments, which is many campuses took the STAR interim assessments this year. Short cycle assessments, the SCAs, were created by us. This is a test that is created by TEA, TFAR. People have used TFAR as well, so that they could build their own assessments. So we pulled back on our requirements around SCAs. It's still an interim assessment.
Okay, thank you for that. And I appreciate you calculating the time, and I think it would be, I don't know if you've calculated time campus to campus, grade to grade, but I think it would be really valuable to have an understanding of what that looks like. And then if we're seeing inequities in that, to understand kind of what the thinking is around that, whether that's something we stand behind or something we want to address, and if so, how. Thank you.
So I think that's a great segue to the next slide. We've listed every assessment down the left-hand column, and then where there is an option for administration. So sometimes the test is best given one-on-one, sometimes the test is given in small group, sometimes the test is given whole class. So we have listed that out under administration options, and then the approximate time that it would take to take this assessment. So STAR is a great example, and I'll start there as sort of the third from the bottom. It is expected that most students should be able to finish STAR in 3 hours. So when we block that, we usually are thinking, okay, I can probably start to collapse some of my groups around lunchtime for STAR, and then students that need to move around after lunch, we can do that for them there. But for Text-Kia, that is a one-on-one test. It's online, and teachers are required to record some of the answers. So students are asked direct questions, and teachers record their answers. That has to happen one-on-one. But with map growth, that's a teacher decision. They may decide, I like sitting next to my student, watching them as they click through. They may decide to do small group. And we want teachers to have that choice and that autonomy to decide how they want to administer that assessment. But as you move up through the grade levels, that's where we more and more see this whole group testing. At middle school, we sometimes see and hear that campuses say everybody's going to take map reading in their second period class, and we're going to extend that bell a little bit so that everybody can get all the way through it. And map is given 3 times a year. Map fluency, about 20 minutes, and that's given as a dyslexia screener. I'm sorry, that should say 1 time a year. And then the interim STAR assessments, that depends on the teacher. You know, again, you're gonna want to set that up as much like STAR as possible so that students are in the type of setting they need to be in, whether that's their general ed classroom, whether they do best in small group. And that's going to take 1.5 to 2 hours. And campuses are going to make some decisions there about how they feel that this testing situation and setting should go. TELPAS happens once a year in February. That's grade level groups, and it's done online. And then you know all about STAR and taking that online. We've heard a lot about that. STAMP will be new, and that's small group or whole group. Takes approximately 2 hours, 1 time a year. And then we've included here the rubric-based assessments that we've talked about and shared with you last week at Thursday's board meeting. That would be one-on-one. So that's sitting with a student, and however we design the retell, you know, start at the beginning and tell me what happened in the story. And that would be 10 to 15 minutes per student, and that would be 3 times a year. One thing to keep in mind whenever we talk about any of these assessments, where you are in your teaching journey might dictate what other students are doing in the classroom as you're doing these one-on-one and small group assessments. So our more experienced teachers are usually very comfortable with, I'm going to have students working, you know, my kindergarten students, some are going to be in the play center, some are going to be over here, some are going to be over here, and I'm going to be one of the stations they come to for 20 minutes, and I'll get them through the testing. While another teacher who is perhaps more novice might say, this is an area where I'm not sure how to manage 15 different things happening in my classroom at this time, and so I'm going to only have 2 options during this time. You can work with me or you can work on this other thing. So those are just, we want teachers to have that autonomy to make the choice that's right for them right now. And we know that wherever you are on your teaching journey may change what you feel comfortable releasing other students to do during that time. So as we kind of go through these goals tonight and the GPMs, we just wanted to situate assessment and kind of have everyone and the public understand what we're talking about and what our options are.
I appreciate this a lot, and I think I have a few more questions, and I'm sure, I know I got other trustees who have questions on this and want more discussion. I think this has been a real sticking point, I think, as we're trying to look at this, and I feel like if we get a really clear understanding on what the administration is facing, it'll make the rest of the work go more quickly when we're talking about the scorecard. So, trustees, are you okay if I continue with some questions that I have? Okay, so looking on the screen, the slide, I guess, that has kinder first, second down the columns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to be really clear. And I know you've got the little asterisks and everything, but which tests do we administer that are not required by law, by LSG, or by the agreed, or the TEA agreed order? I just need to know, I would love to know which ones those are.
So the question is, which are not required?
Not required, but we administer anyway. And there may be a reason for it, which I want to hear, but first I just want to know which ones those are.
Yeah, and to be clear, when we talk about LSG, TA agreed order, when you think about LSG, we're thinking about, does this meet the expectations of a goal progress measure?
Correct.
Right, being
3 times a year.
multiple times a year, right? The other thing is when we talk about, so that's LSG. Then when you think about TEA agreed order, what you're thinking about is priority three, which includes MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, right? And the manual that's been submitted to TEA, and the fact that we have to have a screener, and that is 3 times a year. And so I think sometimes we talk about being required, and I think if we view required as, is it in the order, you're gonna see MTSS in the order. The manual itself is submitted as a deliverable to TEA, which they review and provide feedback to us, and I think we're on our second iteration of comments. And so I just want to, like, when we talk about these things, that they're all connected in some way, and all of that kind of weighs into the final strategy. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and list those out. So you want to go down the district side?
Yeah.
Go down the
either
district
one.
side, and I'll ask for, especially when we get into secondary, some backup there. So when we go down the district side, the first one that we have elected to administer is the COGAT. So that's the 2nd grade, and that we use that for GT screening. And so that's one that we've elected. STAMP. And Marianne, or Dr. Maxwell and I were going back and forth on that one earlier.
Right, well, so that's kind of a difficult one to answer because Chapter 89 requires that you evaluate the DL program, but also in our local policy, I think we have, it's local policy that we assess the partner language. And so it's not, I don't think it specifically says that it has to be at 5th grade, but I do know that is when most districts would opt to give that test anyway to see if they, at the same time, can earn that level 1 credit. So
Thank you.
it's kind of locally required by policy.
And then the next would be the interim assessments, reading, math, and science at 5th grade. That's something that we elect to do and helps us forecast and see where do we need to make sure we go back and revisit, or maybe it's something we haven't taught yet and we realize students already know it. And so if we need to kind of condense and look at some things in the spring semester, that's a good place to use that.
And that's the interim star, right? Okay. That TEA releases, is that the same one that you were referring to?
So there are options, yes.
Okay, got
I
it.
think, Heather, if I may, so
Yes.
another point to the interim assessment is the platform. It's different from map growth, so it's really the only opportunity that students have during the course of the year to interact with the platform to the STAR assessment. So as they get older, it's maybe not a huge deal, but for 3rd graders, it's less than ideal to have them log on STAR Day, and that's the first time they have to navigate that particular platform.
Thank you.
And that's the technology enhanced items that last year we showed you where you're dragging things around.
So do you want me to go through the middle ones? Yes. Okay, so the interim assessment, the STAR interim assessment, that one we have chosen to give. We chose to give this one because we did remove the SCAs. So those were given 3 times a year, and we were giving MAP 3 times a year. So the administration believed that that was excessive. So in order to give a STAR-like test, and that, as Lakeisha was talking about, that gave kids the experience and the platform, because the assessment is online, is still new to our students. So therefore, we felt that it would be good practice, a good experience for the kids to take the STAR interim. But again, that's only 1 time a year as opposed to the SCAs that were happening 3 times a year. There are other things on here, such as the IPAs that we're going to give in the world language to check their proficiency in world languages. But things like PSAT are also going to be those things that fall in a sort of gray area, where it's not necessarily a requirement, but it does also impact our CCMR, and most school districts do a SAT day. So though we're not required to give an SAT, you know, but it does feed into the accountability system in some way. So there's some gray area a lot in secondary. I felt bad writing all of these things in those boxes, thinking, why do my boxes look so crazy compared to Mary Ann's boxes? But, you know, that is the nature of high school. And so there are a lot of things that seem optional, but they're not really completely optional because they do count for, you know, CCMR measures, plus it's just best practice that most school districts across the United States have an SAT day. We do PSAT to check, you know, for our National Merit Scholars. So those things, though not required, do serve a very fundamental purpose in our system. So out of this list here, I'd say that the interim assessment and then the IPAs are choices that the district has made. And then there is the idea, so I felt this was a good opportunity to put this out there and test the waters with you guys. When in regards to what we used to call short cycle assessments, we are referring to them more as a curriculum-based assessment, because that's what those short cycle assessments should be doing. They should be checking to see whether the curriculum that we have created is doing the job it should. So you use some kind of marker every 6-9 weeks to check the curriculum and see if it is serving our students and our teachers in the way it should be. And we look at that data to make decisions. So the reason why curriculum-based assessments are kind of on the table, and again, this is a discussion piece for the principals and the teacher and the community, is that the high schools only have the one interim assessment. Since they do not have MAP, we are possibly thinking about doing 2 curriculum-based assessments. So they would have 3 assessments. It would be 2 curriculum-based assessments and then the interim. And so those are the things that the administration is thinking would be beneficial to high schools. Again, I have this here in full transparency, so you all know, because there was some concern about the high schools only having one point of data besides the points of data that they generate themselves from their own common assessments. So that is something that is currently being discussed amongst the EDs and with Dr. Wilson, with the principals, and would like to hear feedback from y'all, maybe not in this venue, but whatever you let our superintendent know, I'm sure he will let me know.
Okay, so for middle schools, it's basically, let me make sure I got it right, everything is pretty much elective except for the MAP growth, is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then for high school, it looks like under the district column, is it all more or less elective? Okay.
Right.
I mean, there's a good reason for some of these, obviously, like the PSAT and SAT.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on the state side, I'm curious to know about the dyslexia screener. You said that was chosen from a list. And I don't know, Trustee Whitley-Chu, this might be somewhere where I would appreciate your questions or comments on this too, from the trustee side, is like, how does the MAP reading fluency, how was that? I'd be curious to know like how that was selected, and if that sort of, how that kind of aligns with some of the things that we heard from that we've been hearing from the community. This is kind of a Trustee Whitley-Chu question. Sorry to put you on the spot. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So the question,
Kind of like, how did
Is
we
it
come to choose that particular screener? What were the considerations, and are there other, like, just tell us more about how we picked that.
I wasn't here at the time, and so I'm gonna make an educated guess on it and tell me if you know something different. But in my experience, often districts will go with a similar platform to what the students are already using. because the students have a level of familiarity with it, and so do the teachers administering the test. And then obviously it's on the list of approved instruments, and so it has all of those things that are needed for the required dyslexia screener. It also can serve as a progress monitoring piece, and so you can use it as a dyslexia screener in its full breadth, but you can also use pieces of it just to progress monitor where students are in their reading if they're at risk and they're receiving interventions.
Dr. Robinette, anything you want to add to that? I mean, that was my understanding. Last year it's came into place.
And that's
Previous year.
administered once a year. Okay, so that's not what's used in the GP. Is that what you were proposing earlier in the GPMs? No,
No,
it
ma'am.
was the map growth reading.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have 2 windows where we give the dyslexia screeners. So we give first grade it's January, and then kindergarten is in March or April. And we get, and I believe Dr. Robinette and Dr. Lee shared the level of progress we saw over the last 2 years, just in a year's time, the difference we saw in student performance. And the dyslexia screener is exactly that. It is a screener. It does not mean the student qualifies as a student with dyslexia. It just flags the student for us to look more deeply to say, is this a student that might be at risk for dyslexia, and how can we intervene? But last year we did turn on the fluency skills check so that you could go in and use it as a progress monitoring tool throughout the year. And that was during the years are blending together now, 22-23 school year. We turned on the skills check. That is a tool within MAP Fluency.
But that's still different from the map growth. Okay.
Yes, MAP growth
Okay.
and MAP Fluency are 2 different assessments.
And is it accurate? Like, how accurate has the dyslexia screener been? Like, do we know what the do not qualify rate has been for dyslexia for kids that are flagged by that? Are there other screeners that are more
Yeah.
accurate or less accurate?
It is an approved screener, and I don't have the specific calculations for your question, President Singh, but I will say, as Ms. Petrozzini said, that's just a single point in time in terms of a flag. They need to also look at other multiple points of data to determine where a student is at risk. There may be supplemental instruction that's put into place, interventions, or if it needs to be a referral for evaluation through special education. So it's not an automatic through line. And if you look at it's going under revision, the dyslexia handbook, it likewise recommends that it's more comprehensively looked at, but it does then bring very clearly to the attention of it through a screening process that we're meeting the needs of those students in that further examination. And obviously it also requires a notification, as is part of the state law, regardless of the instrument that you're using, for parents in terms of that at risk and then what's being recommended. And that's done through, there is a very specific process that's required of all campuses. Once that screener is done, it's January 1st, as you said, and then it runs later into early April for our kindergartners. And so that's part of that window. We also report all of those indicators as well to the state and sort of what's the progress monitoring, or when it in fact yields a referral. I could tell you based on that referral what sort of the yield is in terms of do not qualify or otherwise, but I'd need to do a bit more examination at the very initial point in terms of that flagging.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd be curious to know like how reliable this has been as a screener. If we're using it as a screener, is it actually a good screener in your opinion? And that would be, I think, a fair question to ask. But and I realize that this is not being used as part of the scorecard, right? Okay. I will stop asking my questions. I'm sure others have questions.
And I guess to be clear, President Singh, your expectation when you say is it a good screener, is it a close correlation between those that are flagged versus those that are actually identified? Because I mean, I don't.
I mean, that's how I would like.
Is there-
in
there's
my layman's
almost-
view, like that's what I would think is like, is it actually, if it's supposed to help, flag kids who might have dyslexia, how accurate is it? And then do we have kids who, are there false negatives? Are there, how many kids like don't get flagged but actually do have dyslexia? I'm assuming that the administration has kind of gone through and looked at whatever TEA has offered as options for us to use and picked the one that is best for our kids. I just would like to, not right now, but at some point would really like to know more about that.
Yeah, and we gave a presentation, was it 2 months ago? Where we talked about how the overall numbers come down and the flags, but we can kind of maybe provide more information around that difference, that delta between the two, and if that is kind of in alignment with what you would expect for that type of tool. That would be, I think, what you're looking for, right? Okay.
One is, I think part of what we hear from families and sometimes is that the time that's expected for these doesn't match the time that's really spent. And I'd love to know how well you feel like the time here matches our reality for students, or are students spending much more time than we think they should be on these assessments? Are teachers spending much more time than we think they should be and losing that class time? Because I think that's when we hear the frustration, it's over the testing pressure and the quantity of tests and the message that's sending to our students that is giving them, either making them discount the tests and kind of click through without real meaning, or just be exhausted by the time the one that, counts for accountability comes around. And also that they're losing time to do instructional time to do other things that is what will really make them successful. That our goal isn't to teach them to pass a test or do well on a test. Our goal is to teach those underlying skills that test represents. So do you have a sense of how well what we think the time should be on this chart matches what our students are really doing?
Yes, if it's done effectively, as with anything else, then that would be an average time. Do we have some teachers that need more support in terms of training or better practices? Absolutely. But normally this would be your average. Some could be a little bit less, some could be a little bit more. And I also have to be honest too that sometimes there's been some outliers as well. So I think academics and leadership, I know we've discussed, what are some things that we really want to do to support our teachers to ensure that when they are given the assessment, they are using exactly, they're using the time effectively. But this would definitely be an average, and it reflects that average if you have a teacher that has been trained well and is doing it effectively.
I think what it doesn't account for, and I don't know how we would begin to calculate this, so we can pull the information, right, and we understand the assessment time itself, and we have it. What we don't have is kind of the compounding effect, right? When you apply, was it one-on-one, small group, or whole group? I don't know that we have a methodology to calculate that. I think we could maybe explore what that would look like. But one of the things I've heard from the trustees and I've heard from educators and from our community is that, if you go small group, then the entire class perhaps is impacted for a longer period of time if that educator doesn't have this, maybe isn't experienced in administering that screener in that way. And so there's so many kind of variables to quantify that. But I think it's an important question. I just don't know how we'd arrive at it quantitatively. But I think we have the numbers on the amount of time the screener is actually working or operating this, or the assessment itself. But what you're describing, and this is what I think I've heard, is, if you have MAP or any of these really over a period of time and you have small groups, is the class disrupted for like 3 days, right? And I think that's what we're trying to arrive at and figure out, like, what does that overall impact have, and how are the other students impacted if the small group is being kind of, supported in this way. And I think that what we're seeing is there's just variability across the district.
Yeah, absolutely interested in that. Thank you for that. And then looking, for example, if we say MAP growth should take between 20 and 45 minutes per subject, kids are doing it 3 times a year in 2 subjects, or in 2 subjects at most grade levels, I guess, the math and the English, and the math and the reading. Where is it taking more than 45 minutes? How many of our students, can we calculate how much time our students are spending on these tests and how close we are to really what we think it should be? and whether we're seeing patterns that we need to help offer more support as a board for whatever you need from us, just knowing whatever the testing is,
I think patterns are important.
tool or not tool, are some of our kids losing more instructional time than others, and why, and what do you need? So I think that's the other question I have, because what we hear from families doesn't always match what we see
Oh, it
in front
doesn't.
of us right here.
It doesn't for sure. And I think one of the things we talked about was, creating heat maps, or actually just having the conversation around where you're seeing huge variances, right? Based on the mean or the median. And I think, we absolutely can do that. But I think your point, I think, is a really good point. It's one that we've talked about a lot, is how do you measure the total impact in a classroom? And we don't have a methodology that I think can clearly say, okay, this classroom in this school is, this much time versus this classroom in this school. We just have to think through that, and I don't know that we'll ever get there because of how many classrooms we have. But I think we can put some thought together and create a range, and just maybe say this is the maximum and minimum. I mean, maybe that's what it ends up being. But that's a tough question to answer. But Dr. Diaz?
Okay, and that is one of the things we do look at. So after the administration of MAP, we always look at the variance of time. And so we are able to kind of hone in on maybe some places that, why is it taking so long? And if we find, patterns of where the test is taking a long time, then we deploy some of our team members to go out and work with the teachers. Because I think what happens when we know that the window should be 20 to 45 minutes, and basically NWA is saying if they take longer than 45 minutes, you're losing return. You're losing on your returns. Like, they really should be done by 45 minutes. So if they're not done by 45 minutes, then they're, what we have found is that it's often that the students are trying to figure out the problems, and a lot of times this happens with our gifted kids. So let's say, because it's an adaptive test, it might show a student geometry, some kind of geometry situations when they're in elementary school. And it's because the kid is answering all the questions right. So it's going to push the kid as far as the child can go until the child starts to answer some questions wrong, and then it starts to level out. But it's oftentimes when the students think, I can figure this out. I'm just going to stay here on this problem for forever. But really, it's kind of a coaching, it's a coaching piece with the teacher and the students to say, if you're struggling on it, then you just need to move on. So we do look at the data after every administration, and we do look for those pockets, and then we reach out to the campuses, and we go out there personally, and we've gone and met with each PLC, and kind of said, hey, here are the best practices. We understand, that everyone wants their students to do the best, but more time does not necessarily equate to the best score that the child is going to receive. So we absolutely always look at that data.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And then I have one more clarifying question. Ms. Petrozzini, you mentioned MAP fluency and being able to use that throughout the year, but it's a one-time test. Can you help me understand that? And then I may have a follow-up.
So within MAP fluency, there is a skills check. And last year, in the fall of 2022, we turned on the skills check so that there's MAP fluency, the assessment that we are using as the dyslexia screener, but we can also use the MAP fluency skills section to progress monitor students. And so they're two separate things, but the skills check is a part within MAP fluency. I hope I'm saying that exactly the way I remember it over on the left-hand side of the screen by name.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I know when MAP first came to AISD, NWEA came and made a presentation, and it's been a bit. But if I remember correctly, they showed us, graphs that corresponded to students that had more than 3 points on them. It was more than beginning of year, middle year, end of year. So is the tool, I think there may be, I'm trying to get my head around whether there's kind of a misunderstanding of what's a test and what's used in daily classroom. if families feel like MAP is all the same thing, or if MAP is being used in other ways throughout the year other than just these 3 points. If it's a regular part of classroom practice, and I don't think either our community or the board have a really clear understanding of that, and that we may be, some people may think of MAP as one thing and you're thinking of MAP as multiple things. Does that make sense? And how do you get those other graphs on that point, the other points on those graphs? Or is it just 3 times a year and MAP's not used otherwise?
Actually, so we also have, I mean, in full transparency, you know, when I came in, you know, MAP was here. I had been, I'm used MAP. We had MAP in my previous district, so I had some familiarity with it. But I think the great thing about MAP, and we're still, again, I've told you, reboot of MAP, because it's hard to roll something out as large as this during a pandemic, and that's exactly what happened. So, you know, Heather and I were in the department together, and we realized that there were kind of a lot of misconceptions around this assessment and what it could be used for. And so every year we've worked really hard to show that this is not just a boy, moy, and an oi, and there's a lot of tools within MAP, especially if we use the platform, the actual MAP platform. There's so much information that teachers can gather about their students, you know, just about prerequisite skills that they may need to shore up, what they're ready to learn. You know, and Marianne can speak a lot more probably in detail about all the different reports that are in there, and different ways that teachers can use them on a daily basis. It'll tell you, like, these are the kids that need to be in a small group, and here is the skill that they should be working on. There's just lots of valuable information. So, and I have kind of heard from the community, and I've even seen it on Collaborates, because I always go to Collaborates, you know, to get feedback on how did I do it on my board presentation, and also what you know, what's the word on the street. So I have seen a lot of people, a lot of parents that have shared their child's MAP reports on there, you know, of course with things redacted, and you know, so I have seen and personally heard positive things from parents about how it is kind of a great tool to ensure that their students are progressing and growing throughout the school year, even from a parent perspective who may only, you know, look at it the 3 times a year. That people have found that information to be very valuable. But the other part of not only, you know, working with teachers to say, like, this should not take longer than 45 minutes, that piece of it, there is the piece of all of the valuable instructional tools that can be used on a daily basis that are within the platform. And then another, you know, thing about MAP that is beneficial is that it does connect to other systems that we have. And so it, you know, it feeds into some of the other digital programs we have, and can automatically start, you know, telling the teacher, like, here's an intervention that this child might need. So it speaks to many of the systems that we have within the district.
Thank you for that. And then how many of those interventions are putting kids on more screens with different programs? Because that's the other thing I think we hear from our community, is that when we differentiate, it's often using yet another digital tool and yet putting yet another kid in front of yet another screen.
That's going to be a lot less from now on. So, you know, one of the things that not only Chief Ramos and everyone else tasked us with, but we understood that there were too many digital platforms, because what happened was during the pandemic, we needed digital tools, right? Because the students were home. And so there became an over-reliance on those kind of digital intervention tools. So one of the things that we did was we had a committee of teachers come together and say, look at all of these resources. A, there's a drastic reduction of funding, and B, we also know that it's not best practice for our students to be receiving all of their interventions through a digital platform. So, you know, Marianne, Lakeisha, and I, and Angel, and everybody here we have worked really hard to kind of feng shui those resources to, you know, their most essential elements, and so therefore we're not overwhelming teachers, we're not overwhelming parents. So we've been, as thoughtful as we possibly can be about what is absolutely necessary, what do we need for our MTSS order, and what can we do to keep this as simple for people to understand. And we knew that there was an over-reliance of digital tools because of the ESSER funding, to be, honest, and also because of the pandemic. So now that we're in a place where, we had a second to kind of, we knew these things. We knew that there were too many kids on screens. And we know that the best interventions are not necessarily delivered that way. And so we did get committees together, and the teachers started to make those decisions together collectively.
But I think the other part to that is giving teachers tools other than technology to provide interventions, because as Dr. Diaz mentioned, a lot of our teachers that were onboarded during the pandemic, like that was the way to go. And so we didn't have a lot of professional development around the alternative, which is pulling a small group, which is using manipulatives and all of those things. And so I know when we're on campuses and we give feedback, because I notice when I walk classrooms, like most of the kids in here are on a device, and we step out and we debrief with the principal and we talk about why that's so. And in some cases, it's being comfortable having your kids go through stations while you pull a group. Like that takes a certain degree of classroom management that you don't always enter the profession being able to do. I mean, it's a release, right? Like you have to give your students tools, and then you have to trust them to use those tools while you're with a small group. And so we're working with our teachers on that, just how you manage it. And then also as my team provides feedback to Dr. Maxwell's team, and as they're on campuses also, we come back and think about what do the teachers need to move from devices to best practices. And so I know that they're working on highlighting things in the curriculum, like certain strategies, certain resources that are not related to technology, so that teachers have tools to do otherwise. Because in a lot of cases, you do the best that you know until someone replaces that with something better. And so our focus now is really on replacing what they have been reliant on with the better.
Okay. Thank you both for that. And Dr. Diaz, thank you for using feng shui in a board meeting. Excellent. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that. That's awesome. May it not be the last.
Trustees, any other? Oh, yes. Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. And the first question is going to be an orienting question, because I was not here for the beginning. So we have the definitions for the different types of assessments, and then we have sort of district mandated assessments and state mandated, or district used assessments, state mandated assessments. And then we talked about which of these were opt-ins, and so that's some of the reason why. I guess my question is there a reason that we don't have SLOs on here? Because I feel like that's a mandated test, and if you have a kid in secondary, that's 8 times 2, right? And if they take half a year, it could be more. So can we tell me why that's not on here?
That's a great point. I didn't even think about SLOs as we talked through this, and you're right. We do require SLOs.
I'm sorry, I broke a rule. Student learning objectives is part of PPFT, and they have to be given at the beginning of the year and the end of the year in every class. So that's all of this plus that, right? And it can take a class period.
And that's the district
It's
is
part of
electing to do
PPFT.
It's
that.
part of PPFT.
It's, that like is mandated. You
And it's a
cannot not do it.
multiple choice test.
It can be a lot of different things. It depends on what it is. If it's like robotics, it's gonna be something different than if it's social studies, or if it's music, or if it's art, it's gonna be something different, right? So that's like, I think transparency would, like, if you put that on there, people get a bigger picture of like, oh, okay, more, right? That was my first kind of like question, and like whether or not you choose to put it on there or not, I think it's important that the board know that it exists, because while 2/3 of us are teachers, not all of us have been teachers with SLOs. I just happen to be the group that started that. Okay. The next is a question around the interim star. So I guess I heard MAP will do it, but we're still gonna do the interim star. Did I mishear that? Anybody?
No, Dr. do you want to answer that?
Let me restate. What I heard us say was that interim star is an opt-in by different schools. MAP gives us some of the same information. So my question is, why are we doing both at the same time?
So I think it's important. First of all, thank you for bringing up the SLO thing, and that's an oversight on our part, and it should have been on there because, yes, everybody's giving SLOs as part of PPFT. I think it's important to remember that MAP is adaptive, and so if I log into MAP and I'm taking that assessment, it may or may not get to the content covered in that class. Right? But our interim, the STAR interim is going over the content that was taught in that class.
Okay, good. So then that would lead to my next question, which is so also what I heard us say is that we're doing the interim STAR, especially in third grade, to introduce students to the STAR platform. So I guess I have an educator question, like why not use TFAR? And as teachers use their individual formative assessments, they could recognize that format that way, right? I get not having kids, like they're gonna play with the highlighter the whole time if it's the first time I've ever seen it. But if students are being tested all year long, formatively, TFAR is there for that.
And we have some campuses that use TFAR. What we don't have is a district expectation that every campus use TFAR. And so then what happens is if you don't use either of those platforms and you have the student log in on STAR day, there could be some challenges with their accommodations.
So that sounds
So
like
we-
administrative work.
Yeah, so we find that a lot, not a lot, but we do find it when we do administer the interim, is that the student logs on and then we have to reach out to system-wide testing because there's something that's not connecting for a particular accommodation. And that's less than ideal for it to happen on the day of the STAR. But that is a good point, Trustee Hunter. And we do have campuses that do use TFAR, but again, it's not an expectation that we give to campuses that they have to navigate that platform.
Beautiful. We just gonna flow right through this. Again, my thing about administration expectations, what is the expectation? If every school, not every school, but if a school like, say, a school that's not a Title I school is choosing to use, a high school, choosing to use interim STAR, is there an expectation that because you only have this one shot, we expect you to use interim STAR? Seems like there needs to be some clarity with what we are expecting, because this is our problem. We can't have different schools doing different things. That's why we have the mess we have. So, like I said, that to me, that sounds like that's some administrations, that's not board stuff. So I'm gonna just leave that alone. So that was my question, like what was the reason for choosing high stakes over low stakes, introducing the platform for third grade TFAR? And then, this is the big one. If the administration wants to go back to curriculum-based assessments, I'm gonna just tell you right now, red flags are going up for me. We did not get rid of them because we just thought maybe we could do something different. We got rid of them because they were getting in the way. Because if you're not gonna issue pacing guides, then you're gonna have this teacher over here dealing with all of these kids trying to get it done. You're gonna give her a test at the 6 or 9 weeks, or we do 9 weeks now, and she's gonna have covered that. So her kids are gonna do crap, even though she may be working her little heart out in there. And there's no cushion or room or support, or I shouldn't say there has not previously been, and there would have to be more support with pacing guides and assistance. And if you're like, where would you check? Like at the third week and say, hey, are you here? If you're not here, let's have a PO. I mean, see what I'm saying? You like making more work for yourself. But I mean, if y'all got that under control, I'm good with it. Again, it's not board work, it's just a question I have. And then if you bring back SEAs, you made a promise to strategically abandon testing. So what are you gonna get rid of?
So Trustee Hunter, may I respond?
Yes.
So the curriculum-based assessments, AKA formerly known as short cycle assessments, which we felt was a misnomer because they ended up being kind of like 9 weeks test, right? The only place that they are considering being reintroduced is in high school, because high school does not have MAP. So the proposal is that they would have two curriculum-based assessments, and the timing of them would be negotiated between the principals and teachers to deciding when is the ideal time to place these curriculum-based assessments. And we are in the process of rewriting the curriculum for high school. So last year we did K-8, and this year we're doing all of the high school subjects. And so therefore there is a pacing guide, there is a year at a glance, there are units. So this would mark the curriculum. And again, this is a proposal because right now, and it was something that was brought to us from campuses, because the high schools only had the one interim assessment. So as opposed to K-8, who have MAP to lean on for data and information, the high schools don't have that right now. They have their own common assessments, but they do not have MAP that they can look at for information. So these would be 2 assessments. They wouldn't be very long, maximum 20 questions. I know you've probably heard this story before, but I mean, we do have the documents the supporting documents and everything that would need to be in place, and the teachers will be part of creating these. But again, this is something that's really just on the table for us to discuss, because there was concern that there was only one high school assessment. It was the interim. So therefore, it was kind of brought into the space. Perhaps we need to reintroduce some kind of common assessment that is given a couple of times a year in the EOC tested grade levels.
Okay, so I'm gonna wrap this up because it's not really on the table to have this conversation right now. But I'm gonna tell you what my teacher brain heard, okay? Because like honestly, my trustee brain shut off and my teacher brain popped on. And what I heard you say, this is what I heard you say, not what you said, but this is what my teacher brain heard you say. You have less testing, so we're gonna equal it out and give you more. That's what my teacher brain heard. Like, you don't have as much testing as middle school, so we're gonna give you more so you can get more data. That's what my brain heard. So I had to type down like what you actually said so I could like refer to it later. The next thing that sort of comes to me, and I guess maybe high school is being taught differently now, because I'm really concerned, you made me have a concern that teachers aren't getting it, like, they're not doing data on their, like, why is that not happening? If you're teaching an EOC class, you got check marks and like points you should be making, and you should be making sure that you're making those. And if you don't have that just in your instruction and curriculum, that's a whole nother problem, right? That's super concerning to me that the district has to come up with that. That means we got a whole lot of cowboys out there and they're not actually well trained. That's super concerning. But I guess when y'all bring it to us, we'll get more data and more information on it, but just made it harder for me to sleep. I'm just being real honest with you. That was not helpful for me. I mean, it was honest. You told me what's going on, but that was not helpful for me at all. I mean, that's not true. Not helpful. It was not soothing to me. It was not easy for me to hear, and it is causing more concern than alleviating concern. And since you guys are aware of the situation, you're making like changes to try to fix the situation. I can appreciate that. I thank you for that. And yeah, I'm through.
Thank you. Any other trustees have questions? So I would be curious to know, Trustee Whitley Chu, did you have any? I'm like waiting for you. Okay. Okay, so a couple of you, well, the trustees have and Matthias, you've seen me kind of like use this sort of, this is how my brain is thinking with this. I think like, even before the whole scorecard development process happened, from the community, I have heard concern about the MAP, and particularly with younger grades. Okay, and so I'm referring to the MAP growth reading and map growth, math, okay? Not the screener necessarily. But in my mind, I'm almost feel like when we're talking about the scorecard, there's two different discussions that I want us to have. One is, what is the universe? Like, imagine two circles, okay? This circle is like all the assessments that exist in the world for little kids, like below third grade, that are developmentally appropriate, that are valid, that are reliable for math and reading. Like, so there's this little universe over here. And then there's this other universe over here of assessments that are approved by TEA that we can pick from, that are LSG compliant, and that if they are used for goal progress measures, they're administered 3 times a year. I just got confirmation from Ashley on that. And meet the requirements of our TEA approved order. So it's almost like two, and there might be some overlap, I don't know.
Well, I think
But then there's like this circle over here. What I'm looking for is like, let's have this conversation here and acknowledge that there might be assessments that are better than MAP in terms of thinking about like what the values are of our community. And then there's assessments over here that are better because they fit what TEA basically is requiring at this time. Now, what I'm hoping for is we find this overlap, right, in this little Venn diagram. And I want to know what those things are and why we haven't selected things that fit that overlap. So that's kind of the answer a big takeaway that I'm looking for from tonight. I have some good clarity on like what's in this circle, like what TEA is required. I think Jacob may have sent an email or is putting on board docs a list of like the TEA stuff, and this is super helpful to know what's required. But I still don't know like the things that maybe we could have considered but didn't pick for whatever reason, that some of you as the experts in this may have thought, like if we didn't have, you know, if we could make whatever choices we wanted to, what we would want for our own children, why we didn't pick those things. So, I want to have a little discussion on like the circle over here, and then like the overlap. If there's any kind of intersection between the two, I want to hear that too.
Yeah, so I'll start and then hand it over to the team. I think the first thing I would acknowledge is I think there's a third circle as part of this Venn diagram, because there are the constraints that we have to operate within, right? We talked about them, Lone Star Governance, MTSS, how that ties to the TA grade order. And then you have the universe of different tools that can be used. And I think that we've all acknowledged that there are frustrations that I have heard, there are concerns that we've had with MAP for a while. Right, and we've had conversations around, you know, each of our collective thoughts around it, and you know, I don't think at any point, you know, have we had a conversation around us being like, this is the best thing ever. Like, I think that what we're trying to do is really consider how those two, the universe of solutions and tools, the constraints they operate in, and then also the way that I think about is this third Venn diagram, which is what is when you think about implementation, what are the risks associated with it? You know, and we don't talk about those a lot, and it can be challenging for me because a lot of the conversations I have with the board is about, you know, ensuring that the district has and continues down a path that makes sure that we are doing things aligned with our values, making sure that we engage with the community, making sure that we address existential risks. Like all of these things kind of weigh in and contribute. And so I think about, okay, implementation. You know, everything that I've experienced with MAP and the frustrations that I've had and experience with the board on this, some of it aligns to lack of implementation or lack of correlation, right? That's like the last 2.5 years or 3 years that I've heard this. And so that's a risk, right? That's a risk for us. And then I also think about what is the risk associated with changing, right? What does it look like to provide professional development to thousands and thousands of educators when I'm at the same time providing professional development around MTSS, at the same time providing tier modules for special education, at the same time. And so I think about that. I think about, creating a scorecard that creates enough balance and doesn't clearly identify the tool. So you even see in this iteration of the scorecard goals, some of the name of the tool is actually removed, because what we really care about is a screener, right? That's what we care about. And conceivably, if we didn't have all these constraints and challenges around implementation, then we would be agnostic, right? If we had a tool that aligned with all of our values, right? I think that'd be a true statement. But that's not necessarily the reality that we have. So as we think about developing the scorecard moving forward, I think about implementation. I think about fidelity. If we were to introduce anything, what would it look like to get to a point where you actually had correlation? And I think that's probably 2 years out at the earliest, perhaps even 3 years. And so what that means is that, we would be coming to the board, like we have the last 3 years, and talking about how it's not correlated, and at the same time introducing additional risk to the system. So I think for me, I want to be really intentional and be very clear. Like I am not someone that is, like all in on MAP. Like that's not what this is. What I'm trying to do is to figure out a path that gives us the ability to meet the expectations in the order by way of MTSS, doesn't overly strain the system, and at the same time gives us outs in later years or whenever we're out from some of these additional constraints that we have. And so if we talk about goals as a function of screeners, and we talk about tier 1 instruction, tier 2 instruction, tier 3 instruction, and wanting to monitor that over time, then that's the conversation that I would like to have. And then, we talk about what does 1 year look like, 2 years look like, 3 years look like from here, because I would like to explore a conversation around, okay, well, in 2 years, if we're out of the TEA agreed order, or let's say we do all these things and we're in a good spot, could you conceivably move away? Because I get anxious whenever you have the name of a tool included in the goal progress measures themselves, or even the constraints, really. That to me is a challenge, which is why we made the adjustments that we did. But I welcome that conversation and certainly want to open it up. I know Patty has thoughts about this as well, and y'all have heard our thoughts, both one-on-one and as a team. So I get the sense that we're kind of having to defend MAP to an extent, but I want to acknowledge that this was here before anybody in this room got into their positions and before the agreed order came into place, except for Jacob, I should say. So it's all Jacob's fault. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, we have an opportunity to really think through what this would look like, but I want to have a candid conversation around the risks of any one of these options, and trying to create that balance between these three Venn diagrams that I see them in my head. And so, Patty, I don't know if you'd like to share anything. We've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, no, just to add, when I think about what our beliefs are here in Austin, and thinking about when we keep talking about what is something out there that is better. Now that's a word, better. Because any screener, any tool that we choose is going to have different impacts. So I don't know if there is something better. Could it be something that we feel, if we have deeper conversations about what does that mean if something is better? What is it that we're trying to, what is it that MAPS, I guess, is not giving us? Is it the reports that we're using and that we're sharing? And I think, Mary Ann, you touched on that a little bit also. I know when you first entered Austin, and you and I were having a conversation, and we were both sort of like confused about the reports, and I was asking questions, and could it be that? Could it be the reports that we're using? Could it and that we're presenting? Because MAPS does have a lot of reports that come with it. Or is it the facilitation of it? Is it is it something that we want something that's face to face? If we want something that's less screen time, do we want something that maybe lessens the time that we're assessing? I guess maybe those conversations also would be helpful. But I just do want to stress that any screener that we do choose definitely will come with its positives and its negatives. And so that's all that I wanted to add. I don't know, Mary Ann, if you wanted to add something else more about the reports again, kind of highlight that.
Well, I just, I think any assessment that we're talking about here, MAP included, you only get frustrated over the time that you are kind of thinking of lost time in assessment if you're not valuing the information that the assessment gives you and then using that to improve the learning of your students. And if that's what we feel our assessments are doing and our tools are doing, and that's what we feel our data literacy is there as a district, we're really using that information, then we're thinking, okay, then this assessment isn't a loss of time. This assessment actually gains instructional information, makes learning for my students better. I think any healthy system from time to time evaluates its tools. I think there's a balance in that. You can't do it so often that you're changing your tools all the time, because then you frustrate your system and you overwhelm it. And this is common. All of us, we're teachers. You finally get good at something, right? And then there goes the district. They're changing again, and you're not necessarily sure why. So I think if we're evaluating our tools, which again I believe is a healthy thing and might be timely for us as we're new to our positions, I think we have definite levels of expertise here in this room, and I think it's really critical that we include people who are currently practicing in the classroom and on campuses and using these assessments, because it is about the assessment and how we're using the information, how it impacts teachers and students, but it's also about how well we're implementing it. To Superintendent Segura's point, I think that has to be really considered when we're talking about an assessment. I love the idea of the circle where everything's developmentally appropriate and we pick the tool that does that thing. I will say in 20 years, I haven't found that, going all the way back to being a kindergarten teacher and one-on-one delivering Te Hasle and seeing where my students were, and watching them in learning, how to administer that and get information from it with my kiddos. Because there are pros and cons to every assessment I've ever used. In the classroom, as a coach, as in this current role, there's just always been something that worked really well about an assessment and something that didn't work as well that we've constantly had to try to improve on. But that being said, there are always times in a system where it's just good and timely and healthy to evaluate those tools and see if we're using the best ones for where we are right now.
I wanted to speak a little about the implications for changing, because as the superintendent said, I don't think any of us are sitting here saying yet, yes, MAP growth. And I was here for the movement to MAP growth, and I'm racking my brain trying to think how we got from ISIP, ice station, to MAP growth, and I really don't remember. I do remember why we moved away from TPRI, Te Hasle, DRAs, and that was because it was even more time consuming for teachers to test all of their students one-on-one, and then for our dual language classrooms in 2 languages. So we moved to a device because they lost less instructional time. That I do remember. Again, the move to MAP growth was during the pandemic, and I guess my mind bogged down with other things, and so I don't really remember why. But as I think about moving now, I think when we have discussions, my piece of the puzzle is how we're going to implement whatever it is that we decide, right? Because I have to take it to principals, I have to take it to campuses, and I have to hold people accountable. And so I made a short list of all of the new things we have going, right? Because when we roll something out, the big piece is professional learning and figuring out when we're going to train people effectively on whatever it is we rolled out. Because I think that's been the misstep in a lot of our programs and resources, is that we've had a relatively loose rollout, and individuals, namely teachers, weren't supported at the level that they needed to have solid implementation. So for next year, we have new science TEKs that come with the new science adoption. We have the new MTSS framework. We have a renewed focus on the foundational early literacy skills because we're still seeing gaps there. We're continuing the special education modules. The teachers that come in next year have to complete the modules that we did this year, plus the new modules for next year. And then we just implemented STEM Scopes Math this year. And again, it was loose, and we'll see that later with some of our data. So as I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking about how do I create a space to train all of my principals so that they can train their teachers on yet another change. And so again, I'm not arguing like that we're gonna just ride MAP growth out into the end, but I do need to retain teachers and principals, right? I mean, that's the reality. Like, we just can't keep turning people over. And so, like, I'm really concerned about setting people up for success and not just overwhelming them to the point, because education's hard. Like, it's hard right now. The principalship is different than it was when I left it 5 years ago. And so I'm really just trying to be mindful at the information that I take, so that, again, I can retain people and grow them, and we can work our way out of some of the challenges that we're in now. So that's just my perspective from the implementation side.
If I may share something related to this, and if perhaps it isn't appropriate, I'm not sure. As a partner in implementing a number of things that have been included with the TEA order, there are things that are very much specified in the law. We know dyslexia screening is something specified in the law. We know there are aspects in the order that are specified in the law, and the expectations of that agreed order. It isn't only about compliance, it's to what Ms. Drinks talked about in terms of the system being able to sustain valid, deeper implementation in a way that doesn't completely overwhelm it. There's something else that is a consideration, and perhaps it isn't a consideration for scorecard, but it is a fact to consider the fabric and landscape of our district and where we may need to go. And this is where, and I have my partner and colleague that I respect so much over to the right. I'm no longer in this role, but prior to being in special education, I worked in talent strategy for a substantial period of time as assistant superintendent there. And there are implications as well as a system that is localized for the appraisal system that we use for our team members. We're required to have student growth measures. SLOs were brought up by Trustee Hunter tonight. Some of them are school-wide value-added growth measures, and some are at the individual level. And so that's a requirement of the state that there's some growth measures. The state has also expanded in this financial landscape the opportunity for teacher incentive allotment for folks, which is a substantial investment. Whether you agree or not, our district has sought some application associated with that. And kindergarten through third grade teachers, most of them will then invest in the SLO not as a separate entity, but it does fulfill MAP growth in a beginning to end or a pre to post, and there are some implications associated with that. And so the only thing I would ask is in the deliberations here, and it's difficult when you're looking at a 5-year plan, is all of those factors come into play, and they're felt at the end of sort of the inflow, that it's so connected to what a teacher and a principal is experiencing in the classroom and in the building, and then in turn the students. We made some decisions already this year not to reconsider an alternative for this school year around even our data management system for MTSS through the CST process. We have a very strong house data management system. That was intentional because we thought training and teaching people on one more thing, then it would be about how to enter the data and not about how to strengthen the implementation. So it's just a lot of factors to consider, and I really appreciate Superintendent Segura's explanation of all these other constraints and places. There are a lot of moving pieces, and we're here to serve kids and to try to get to the best appropriate place that meets all of the needs that you all are bringing forth. But there are a number of variables that come into play that could have some long-term impacts as well.
Okay, trustees, Foster.
I really appreciate, by the way, just the listing from like the early slides, just the enumeration of the types of assessments and why we do them, right? And wouldn't it be nice if you could make one test that did everything, and the psychometricians say you can't do that. So we have this proliferation of tests. Matthias, when you were talking about the constraints or the risk factors, to me, the most profound risk factor or associated with the proliferation of tests has to do with students' love of learning, period, and just students' engagement. So can you all just talk a little bit about this battery that we're kind of compelled, and there's all these reasons why we do all these different things, but can you talk about the side of the equation that has to do with how we keep students interested and engaged? And maybe it's not a problem. Maybe they're like, a test, cool, today. Or maybe they're not in that space. And maybe some kids, in some circumstances, in some schools, are feeling the weight of testing differently than kids in other schools. So some kids show up and click on to a tool that they're very familiar with and have used forever, and they go and they just do this thing, and it's like, I'm really kind of actually just bored. No big deal, no loss. And then other kids are feeling weight and pressure and at risk of disengagement. So I see a whole nother set of risk factors associated with the proliferation of tests. And I would just love to hear a little bit about that side of the equation. Is that even a consideration? And if so, how are we wrestling or working with that? I don't know. I don't know where to look.
I think Dr. Diaz alluded to this earlier, but I think in a lot of our assessments, as we're talking through and thinking through assessment protocols that we're sharing and in training, that is a really important piece. That yes, you want to communicate to students that it matters in the sense that I want to know what you know, right? So that I know that I teach it well. Do I need to teach it again? Do we need to work on something a little bit more? And really that's the primary nature of, and most of these is considered more of a formative in nature assessment. But I think that goes to the culture of what we're trying to build when we build assessment protocols, when we do assessment trainings, and we the fidelity of assessment that we've focused on a little bit this year, not just the sake of giving an assessment, but how it's done is a really important piece. I think that, we have varying degrees of students that come from different backgrounds as well. So I don't know that all of that takes place in the classroom, but I know that even in the classroom, we have such varying levels of experience with our teachers and familiarity with how to communicate that with students as well. That I think it's possible, certainly possible that teachers are miscommunicating what's important about an assessment. And so to me, it just makes me think of actually something that we're working on pretty heavily right now with our assessment calendar this year that we tend to publish that has the assessment so that campuses can plan ahead and make sure they're not doubling up as much as possible and giving some time in between assessments. Is attaching assessment protocols to everything so that it is clear of the how and the why and how you would use the information, but so that campuses and teachers always have a little bit of a go-to. And again, like I said, anytime we give assessments, including that in the training, I know that screening and progress monitoring are pretty important pieces to the MTSS system in general. And so that is definitely an included part of our trainings that we have for campus administrators that are turned around to teachers, what it's for, why we're doing it. I think the why is really big on that. And only in certain cases when it's necessary and not so that to make sure that we're not testing. But those are pretty important pieces. And I know, again, if you're getting even into a more risk situation, some students will experience different levels of testing because if you are receiving interventions, we do need to know whether or not those interventions are working. You're already having some struggles. We need to make sure that we're doing everything we can in interventions. And if we continue and it progresses and progresses, we need to know and feel comfortable that a referral for special education really is not because the student has had a lack of opportunity for high quality instruction. but that they truly may have some sort of learning or issue or something that's getting in the way of their learning. Progress monitoring is a big piece of that. But again, that's not for every student. That's only for students who are receiving intervention. So I think there's varying levels of experiences students get.
So I will say campuses where the students, using your words, still express joy related to the test are those, in my experience, where the students are focused more on their personal best and setting goals, right? Here's my goal. Here's what it takes for me to reach my goal. Now I assess at the middle of the year and I've reached my goal. Not my goal compared to Patty, but my goal compared to Lakeisha, right? And so campuses where that's happening, like I can visit and I can ask the student what's their goal, and they'll say, you know, this is my goal. There is a campus that I can think of right off where the student actually has like a reflection dialogue with the teacher, and part of that is what the teacher did to enable the student to become successful. So you increased, what is it that we did in class that made you grow so that I can continue to do that as your teacher? Or you didn't hit your goal, what is it that you don't think I did for you as a teacher that I could do? And so I think, as Dr. Maxwell said, it's making the data that you gather meaningful to the student, meaningful to the teacher, and meaningful to the parent that receives the data, I think really shapes our perception. I think those where it's like it's another test and we're going to take a test and it's a test and it's a test, then yeah, that creates anxiety. It creates anxiety in all of us when we have a test to take. And so we do have the principals share those best practices. I think we shared a video last year or the year before at a board meeting of the school that I'm talking about, to where that does happen. But I think still making it more about growth than punitive, because ultimately that's what it is. It's to let us know what we need to do for the student. It's not for the student to feel any type of way about where they are, because it's on us, right? The growth or lack thereof, it's on us. It's not on the student.
And I would also just like to add that this right here, this whole entire assembly of beautiful people, this is not the days of yore, because I did work at Eastside, and I remember getting my short cycle assessment data, and I was always last on the list, and it was emailed to me as a teacher, like, your kids scored the worst in the entire district. So the reason I bring that up is because there are people here that remember that those were the ways that this district operated in the past, and this is not the way that we look at assessments. We look at assessments as information, you know, and ways for students to set goals and grow, and how we learn together as professionals. But like, you know, it's just a very different group of people here, and so I don't think that people would see assessment. I mean, I'm sure you're going to hear from people that, you know, that will see assessment still in kind of the horror story kind of way that I'm talking to you about. But I just think that the way that this group of folks gathered here handles this information is vastly different than the way it was handled in the past.
I also want to say to Trustee Hunter's point, I do think there are deeper conversations to have around assessment, because assessment should shape your day-to-day instruction, right? Like, it's these big moments that we look at and we're like, oh my God, the student doesn't know. But as a teacher, when you're delivering your lesson, you're assessing, or you should assess, and the student doesn't even know what's happening, right? And so I think that ultimately, like, that's what we're working towards. We are not there yet, but ideally that's assessment. It's built into your lesson cycle. It happens in the moment, like, oh, you know, Jacob doesn't know this, let me pull him to the table, we're gonna work on it, and I'm gonna put him back to work with his group, right? Like, that's the ideal cycle of assessment. And then these moments really, as a teacher, should kind of confirm the data that you've already collected along the way. So I think for me, like, that's my end goal, is that we have a system to where on a day-to-day basis, we know where our students are. Not there yet, but definitely something that we're working towards.
That's my absolute favorite thing that you've said. I love the idea of assessment being invisible. That just how we do. I don't want my kids to know, you know, it's just like being a dad, you know, like you know, you don't even know what just happened. All you know is that you're fired up and excited and, you know, using whatever happened those last 5 minutes to move forward. And you might even, I mean, one could even imagine that the professional development of teachers and administrators would look like that at some point, right? If we actually had a system where we had this distribution of expertise across the district, where in every school there were veterans who just kind of knew and they could just kind of like nudge and talk, and this third grade teacher just learned this thing from this veteran teacher and is fired up because they just got a new tool. It wasn't delivered in a training. It wasn't like taught. It wasn't on a slide deck. It was the 15-year veteran saying, let me show you something, right? So that's the beautiful seamlessness that I would love to see, and that I see you all are working for towards. All this stuff scares the crap out of me. It is not, this is so foreign to me, and like I know it because I've had to read books and teach classes and this, that, and the other, but all the proliferation of laws, all the policies, all of this, all that is because somebody said, we've got to recognize when kids are dealing with this. And so we came up with a rule, and the rule led to an assessment, or led to a screening. We said, we got to identify and create opportunities here. So that led to, and so what you get is this just proliferation that's overwhelming. To me, it's overwhelming us. And each one, there is a reason. But the cumulative risk is really, really powerful. So while, as I love what you're saying about where we're trying to go, I agree we ain't there. And I agree that there's a whole lot of folks for whom the testing represents a danger just as it represents an opportunity. And I think that's probably the collective hearing, is that there's a lot of us that our sets of experiences have us more wary of testing than leaning into testing. And the recognition that we're kind of doing what we have to do is really gross, when not the cool things that you're doing, but so much of what we're doing is articulated within a context of merging things you have to do. Like it's, yeah, I'll just shut up. I'm really appreciative of the conversation though. And I really like, Lakeisha, what you said about, I don't know how you even said it now, but something about the invisibility, you know, having the assessment be just part of the flow of the system.
I think Trustee Foster, one thing you brought up is something that we need to spend more time on, because I think, not here, but as a system, is creating the control that keeps us from going down that road, right? Because I think right now we're spending energy, we're spending resources, spending a significant amount of time trying to pull input to identify like what the path forward needs to be. But whatever we do, whatever the board decides, whatever we end up doing, you know, there needs to be something in place that protects kind of that experience that we want our students to have in our classrooms. And that control, and I'm using the word control in probably a way that works well in my brain, but maybe doesn't work for a lot of folks. But being able to kind of check for it where it isn't occurring in the way that we want, but then have the authority and the position, the district to kind of make a change. And so that's something that I think we need to explore further, because I think what we're wanting to get to is a place where, you know, we have vibrant schools, students loving instruction, like happy faces, loud schools. I mean, that's what we want, right? Engaged families. And I think we can get there by just also want to acknowledge that in order to move the work, we have to be very, very precise in what we introduce and protect what we want to protect and need to protect in our classrooms. And that's on us. I mean, that's what we have to do. So I just think it's important that we create a structure around that, and that might look different.
I'd just like to ask one more question. When you spoke of kids who were, actually embracing and engaging the assessments that come their way, and by the way, I teach like 100 of them at a time. So if you teach at UT, you're teaching the 6 centers. You're teaching the kids that all finished in the top of their class, and they're gaga for tests. It's creepy. They're just like, and I hadn't put it together this way before, but that was a steam building for many of the students to go, well, I did this, and then I did this, and next time I'm gonna do that. And so I hadn't thought of that sort of lean in. And one of the things that's interesting about UT right now is the regional diversity and the socioeconomic diversity. It's not where we'd love it to be, but it's there to a greater extent than it was in the past. So I guess my question to you is about when it comes to that type of engagement, do you feel good or confident, or is it already the case that you can see this across socioeconomic strata, across regions of the city, et cetera, and it really has to do with the framework you've set up? Or is there something else going on where it's more likely to be here than there?
Honestly, it occurs more at our schools that receive Title I, that they're focusing on student growth, because otherwise it becomes what Dr. Diaz is saying, demoralizing to the teacher and to the kid, right? And so as she mentioned, like we used to send out rankings to the principals, right? Like, here's how your school ranked. I'm sorry, Ms. Hughes? Color-coded. Yeah, color-coded, right? And so we've changed that. So actually I have an elementary principals meeting tomorrow. And so every time we administer MAP growth, we recognize achievement, but I also recognize growth, right? So here are top 15 for growth. And that recognizes the work, right? But still holding people accountable, because at the end of the day, the students do need to read on or above grade level, but you have to grow in order to be able to do that. So the campus that I reference actually is Galindo. It's happening at Norman Sims. It's happening at Pecan Springs. Like, those are the ones that are really focused on what do I need to grow, and the recognition ceremonies that they have at the end are amazing. Like, they have Pop Zone at Norman Sims, and he has everything related to popping, and they pull out all of the games from the PE closet, and it really is about growth. It's not that you're, reading on third grade level, but here was my goal. I met my goal, and now we're going to celebrate it. And so I think sometimes that's a misconception that, that we're not rewarding and encouraging in certain areas and we are in others. I will say some of the schools that do perform well overall, the students are not growing, right? Like, they're stagnant. Even if they're on grade level, they maintain that same level throughout, and that's another challenge, right? And so we really are trying to move as a system to where everybody has a personal best and we're all growing. Even if you are at the top of the class, there's still areas of opportunity.
That's very reassuring to hear. So I appreciate that. Trustees, any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Trustee Whitley Chu.
Yeah. I just want to talk about some of the stuff I'm hearing about, like with measuring growth with the MAP test, and like some of the concerns that it brings up. So when we're talking about growth, especially at our campuses, just thinking about where students are doing well or students are high achieving, and the MAP test does like level off with showing growth, and so my concern is really leading into that is going to minimize depth and complexity opportunities that are happening, and that are happening more at certain campuses than the other. And then hearing about, talking with teachers, like if they're kids are taking too long, or if a certain kid is taking too long, like the coaching and taking up their planning time to talk about it, to coach them to take, give this test better is what that sounds like to me. And like the teachers I'm hearing who talk about students taking a long time aren't teachers who are people who don't understand how to give a test, or who need some, it sounds like a lot of like oversight in the wrong way and focusing people's time in the wrong way. I am concerned, like this huge reliance on these technology-based, really time-consuming tests that's now tied to a curriculum. Like I'm hearing like we need to like be fidelity to the curriculum and fidelity to the map, which to me really sounds like a lot. Like, and then I even see on their website, like, oh, this is like, it was so scripted, it was so easy to follow, like leaning into, this really gives the district the opportunity to lean into a more scripted curriculum that looks the same everywhere. And I think, I don't like talking about fidelity to a curriculum or filial piety to a curriculum. I think I'm concerned with like deprofessionalizing our teachers and, continuing to, because I guess we have teachers who are used to the system, who have been here, and like just, we have people who don't like this, who are our veterans, and like, we're gonna continue the bleed of our veteran teachers and our innovative folks, and I don't think the most innovative teachers coming out of schools are going to be attracted to coming to a place that has a ton of testing and really, really scripted curriculum. And, hearing we want more standardization, like we have schools, that were brought up in our meeting that there are schools that have strong RTIs programs right now that are teacher created, and they have in their PLCs, they're coming up with assessments, they're coming up with the curriculum, they're doing whole child, they have strong academic, strong family connections, and it doesn't seem like we're leaning into that to put those practices throughout the district. It seems like more of a top-down approach. So I worry about, when we're talking about increasing like equity or increasing things being like more standard, that sometime, that what has happened in this district when the word equity is used is let's like make everything just really not as good for everybody. Instead of leaning into like what, some schools are getting to do, and let's bring those opportunities elsewhere. I'd say talking about the classroom management piece with folks, like we're making these classes like bigger and bigger. We have like fewer, less and less support. Like in the 80s, a kindergarten class was 2 adults always. And because it's not anymore, like we're looking for a cheaper replacement to retaining our teachers, and having technology is like cheaper, easier to do in a budget crisis. So I know it's easier to do that. And especially, like the punitive environment, like we're in a state with this punitive environment, and then it creates like a board punitive environment where we're like, well, why is the school not doing, where it's like trickling down. And like, I want to acknowledge that like we're all a part of it. And like we all feel the pressure, and like how can we, I don't know, like be brave enough to like lean out of it and lean into something that's really, really good. When I'm looking at the hours of like lost learning time per student, or lost creativity time, or whatever we want to call it, when they're taking these standardized tests for kindergartners who aren't English language learners, that is 6 hours. For ones that are, that's 9. And then for our 8-year-olds in 3rd grade, who, like, per the National Association for the Education of Young Children, like that's infant through 8. So that with the STAR exam, like in a generous calculation, someone who's an English language learner, that's 23 hours in their school year. And I would say generous because at schools that have more STAR pressure, sometimes that can be an entire day. Like I've been locked in a room with 6th graders while 8th graders were taking a STAR, and they weren't allowed to do any class changes. And so this was years ago. I would hope this isn't happening here anymore. But it is tighter, even in a better environment. It's tight where we're like, oh, we want it to look more like the STAR exam. So where they're losing a lot more learning time than beyond just that time that they're testing, when we do something like, oh, let's do a practice STAR that looks just the same. And so some of my questions around the assessment. So something I want to get really, really clear that I think isn't even clear to some people in this room right now. So I believe the board was told that the interim STAR this year was going to be optional. And campuses were told they had to do one and that the second one was optional. So some campuses did 2 interim STARs and all campuses had to do 1, which I guess it'd be more than 1 because it would be reading and math. So some campuses, I guess the students would have done 4. If they were doing science in 5th, maybe that would have been 6 interim STARs. So with the additional interim STARs, that would be like a 5th grader, if they did, I don't know if there's a science, they would have done 9. If they had to retake the STAR, that's 12. If they had to retake it again, that's 15, so that's a lot of hours. So I just want to know if someone can clear that up and what happened with the communication there on interim STAR.
So there are 2 interims. There's a fall and a spring. The fall interim, you're correct, it's totally optional to campuses. So we gave no direction around if they were going to opt in or not. And some campuses did opt in to the fall interim STAR. And then every campus gave the spring interim STAR. And then you had a series of questions. So that's the one I remember. The other one is around teachers and getting coaching around administering MAP growth. The importance of that really lends itself to the conversation that we've had about students taking 45 minutes and longer. So there has to be, I think, a point of conversation and development with some of our teachers around why is it taking so long? And it's more of a troubleshooting. So if you notice that student X is taking 45 minutes, and typically, I think Dr. Diaz explained, it's because there's a question that they're hung up on. How do you get them to move past it? Or when do you just make the decision as a teacher that you need to end the test because it's taking too long? For me, it's also a matter if you're going to give an assessment, you want valid data, right? So if we're going to give an assessment, but everyone's administering it however they want, there's no consistency to it, and then we're pulling that data to use for different purposes, it becomes ineffective and definitely counterproductive to the administration of the assessment. And so I will say that there has been some level setting done over the last year or 2 years, just because we need reliable data if we're going to administer the assessment.
Okay, thank you. And I just really have I don't believe that reliable kindergarten data, in a large amount, can be gathered in this way at all, with any amount of coaching, that it can be reliable for every kindergartner.
Right, and I think that lends itself to having multiple data points. So you won't just you shouldn't make, I think Dr. Robinette spoke to that. Even when we do the screener, if a student is flagged, you still look at many other influences around the assessment, the same as for MAP growth. And I think it lends itself, again, back to what I said earlier, is that a teacher really should be assessing and evaluating throughout the lesson cycle. It shouldn't really just come down to map growth. But I think you're correct. But if we think about the way that we use map growth data, like we're coming off of it being a GPM, right? Like, and so it needs to be reliable if we're going to present it broadly to our school community. And so that is a piece. Like, I'm definitely not arguing that, yes, map growth is absolutely the best tool for kinder. Like, I've not explored every option for kinder. But I do think that those are some of the situations where we see teachers assessing in smaller groups for map growth, because you're right. Like, if you just put 22 students on a device and you initiate map growth, it's a mixed bag of the results that you're going to get. And so then you do kind of pull them in to a smaller group, which then impacts the duration of the time that the teacher is assessing as a class. And so I think those are some of the nuances that we see or hear from some of the feedback that we're getting from the community.
I just worry it's like a slippery slope with that. And, okay, well, the kids need to be on devices more so that they can, do better on the map or whatever the case. A question I have, I'm still also not clear on, because we're calling it a state. I mean, this is, I guess, a administration selected assessment from a state list. So that's kind of different than state. So I'd love to see the state, like, see the actual requirements. So when we say map growth reading, like, are we required to do 3 of those in addition to the Texas KEA, or my KEA, the KEA? And this is a question like Arthea's asked in the tracker. I've asked a similar question that we haven't gotten an answer on. Because I feel from the conversations that the goal, the board would like to minimize like district required lost learning time, creativity time, mental health, whatever we want to call it, minimize that time for adult data collection, like minimize student individual time spent on that. And to put resources into making sure our teachers are professional educators and want to stay here and are empowered to and resourced to do the work of professional educators, and like to trust them that they want their students to succeed. And we're like, okay, well, we need more data points. We need, to prove these things, and we're building systems and spending a lot of money around like policing that. So I would like to see that, and even like is the Texas KEA, is that do we pay for that? I know that we have 2 options with that one.
No, we don't pay for that. That's one of the free options from the state. It's either TextKEA or M-Class that we're required to give. You have to give either TextKEA or M-Class.
And those do we have to, if we wanted to use the MOI or BOI technically, do we have to pay for that, or is that?
No, it is a completely free assessment for kindergarten. And so how you have the option to do that beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year.
And do we have to do a BOI, a MOI? Do we have to do those 3 assessments for kinder as a state
Are you talking
requirement?
about by the state or by the
state.
TEA order in agreement with the MTSS requirements?
I'd like
The
to know.
state requires beginning of year and end of year.
Okay.
I believe the state requires beginning of year and end of year. And the MTSS, of course, is a three time a year system.
So so per our order, that's the type of, that's what
That's what they're
additional
looking
assessment-
for, a
okay.
fall, winter, and spring assessment.
So I think like the board would love to see options that explore like just minimizing that and condense, not doing something like, so the map, like doing something duplicative where possible.
Are you suggesting are you thinking like you said that the TextKEA could be administered 3 times a year.
or in class?
Texkia can be administered 3 times a year. At minimum, if looking at that, we administer the absolute bare minimum that the state requires for the beginning of year literacy screener. And so if we only went to that in literacy, this is only literacy, this is not math. And so per MTSS, we were required to track reading and math. And so this would only be a change in a literacy assessment. And that would, what we're assessing is the absolute bare minimum, because we don't, and knowing that they have to either give M-Class or Texkia, then we went with the bare minimum for that beginning of year literacy screener. They actually have a full battery for a literacy assessment. And if we were to use it as a screener, we might look at additional pieces so that you don't just, I think it's letter naming. I'd have to pull it up again. It's been a minute since I looked at it. But it's just, I think, 3 skills. It's letter naming, vocabulary.
I got the report at some.
There's another,
very early in the year.
there's a third one in there, yeah.
Because, I mean, from looking at it, it seems like it's because we're also, we're doing the map boy, and and I know that there are like other reasons beyond this, because of like the curriculum we've purchased, because we want it to be like vertically aligned through the system. So
The curriculum is actually not connected to MAP at all.
well, but those companies have just like bought each other and are looking for like opportunities.
Our curriculum
say
is
bought,
not
I'm saying the
owned
wrong-
by Amplify. Amplify is, I'm sorry, that's M-Class. So like there's Amplify that owns M-Class, which is also a screener, and then they also have a curriculum, and they also sell intervention products, and
They're all owned by.
right. HMH is our curriculum, our adopted resource for our curriculum, and it's kind of how we're building our
And
curriculum
so like
out
MAP
following.
and HMH are not the same company.
No, HMH now owns MAP. HMH purchased NWEA MAP
Like recently.
last year.
Yeah.
Right, but the assessment itself, MAP, is not, so when Dr. Diaz was describing that curriculum-based assessment earlier,
It will be embedded within. Yeah,
well, it assesses what's taught at that grade level, based on where you are in the scope and sequence during certain periods during the year. MAP is built quite differently from that.
yeah. And I guess I wouldn't be interested in seeing like an additional assessment like that come down, especially if our teachers are, if we trust them to be professionals, if they're getting planning time, if they're being well trained. Yeah, so I guess I'll redirect. I think I'm done, and yeah, I would love to see what our options are that Arthi and that President Singh asked for. And yeah, thank you.
So I wanted to clarify something that you made me think about. So the idea here is looking just at kindergarten. Is there anything that we could, like the Texkia, could that be used as like the 3 times a year reading assessment? And if so, why, well, first thing, let me know that. Is that something that could be used in the same way that our MAP growth reading is being used?
Strictly as a screener, you mean? Because they do offer different things as assessments, but Circle for pre-K? No, that's just the pre-K assessment. Circle would be just the pre-K, either Texkia or M-Class have to be used for the kindergarten readiness assessment, and that's all. So it has the capability of giving it 3 times a year. I can say that. I think that we would have to evaluate as a system whether or not the bare minimum that we do now is enough to give us the information that we really need for a literacy screener, and I say we, when I say me, I'm including a teacher in that, whether or not a teacher has the information that they need for where they are at the beginning of the year, if they're growing middle of year, if they're there at the end of the year, because it is so limited in just the 3 things that it assesses, that don't have full levels of, I would say, correlation to long-term reading success. It serves the purpose of, and Dr. Reach brought this up too, it serves the purpose of what the state uses as the kindergarten readiness. And so primarily what we use that assessment for is not really as a screener. It's one of the ones offered free by the state. But if a child has been in pre-K for 80 plus days, then we use the results of that text key to say, all right, minimal test, how's the quality of our pre-K program looking, and disaggregate that data by eligible and non-eligible students. So that's what's required, I would say, at the beginning of the year for the state. It is a kindergarten beginning of year screener, and that's it. And again, it's either text key or MClass. And MClass, I believe, is only approved through August of 2025. Text key is sort of infinitely approved.
I think the other thing to remember with Text Kia is you giving it one-on-one. And so if every student is taking 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes a little bit longer, sometimes less, and you're doing that 3 times a year, what instruction isn't happening while the teacher's administering the test one-on-one? And so that's just something that we've heard feedback on in the past when we have had these more one-on-one based assessments, that it impacted the ability to do some other work.
That's where, like, I think about those 3 circles. It's like the competing factors, and I think, it's becoming more clear to me that we're just really limited because of the lack of funding that we have to do some of these more one-on-one assessments, and I just don't know how we get around that. But what I do hope is that whatever we end up with, that we're, as a system, are just super committed to not creating a situation where our Title I kids are having to do a lot more paper, pencil, boring instruction, high stakes, kind of stuff, and then like our non-Title I schools are getting to do all the fun stuff. Like, that, I think that's, like, for me, like, that's the big, I mean, we're talking about all the details here, but the real heart of this for me is that. It's like, are we depriving, certain students from a really fun education because we're spending so much time looking at multiple choice data that really is probably not super predictive of their, and accurately capturing what they're saying. And I'm going to second what Vice President Foster said is, Lakeisha, Mr. Inks, what you said earlier, like, that was really my favorite thing. And one of the things I remember Gary Borch teaching me in 1999 at UT in grad school, which is like, the best assessments are indistinguishable from teaching. And like, that is exactly like, and it's so hard to do that in a system with 73,000 students. And people will say, oh, but it's not reliable, it's not whatever, because, rubrics and performance assessments are so hard. But I'm like, well, give me the proof that, like, multiple choice tests are reliable and valid and all of that stuff. Like, I think that it's like, you can't, yeah. So, anyway.
Yeah. President Singh, so there was something that Trustee Willie Chu said that I think resonated with me, and I'll be very clear, like enrichment, like project-based learning, like all these things that we've committed to doing and talk about doing, like absolutely will be the focus of instruction, and that's where we're headed. I think, as I look at this scorecard and the goals, if we were a different version of ourselves, and when I say a different version of ourselves, like fast forward, X amount of time, and we didn't have all the current challenges that we have, could we take on, as Dr. Maxwell said, kind of a reevaluation of the tools? Yes, we should. It's a healthy thing to do as an organization, which is why I'm deeply in favor of stripping out, where we call out the name of the tool, but more importantly, like we want to measure this thing, and we need a screener to do so. And the reason I think about all this, because we have the 3 Venn diagrams, but it's also a function of time. Those Venn diagrams will look very different in 18 months if we do things the right way. And so I just wanted to share that, because I don't want this to be a conversation around, us not wanting to explore these opportunities. It's just, at the moment we have to approve a scorecard, what can we do that creates the least amount of, I don't want to say damage, but the least amount of like long-term adverse impact, but at the same time meet all the expectations in the system as a function of the state, and then one that we can present on to the board and have confidence that we're presenting actually is predictive. And I think that's where we've struggled. So we're trying to get there. And so I just wanted to offer that, because it did resonate with me. When I talked to our principals, like, what do we value as an organization? We value celebrating diversity. We value enrichment. We value these things, and those find themselves into the initiatives. They find themselves into our work. But there are constraints that we're operating within, and that's just a function of where we are at this moment as we adopt a scorecard, June of 2024, which is what it is.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the actual scorecard now? Yes.
Maybe.
I just want to circle back to the conversation about joy and learning and what we're trying to get to. And I don't think we see it as enrichment. We see it as learning. That's not enrichment. Project-based learning is how you learn. Hands-on projects are how you learn. It's not the extra. And I think our frustration is that we've seen unintended consequences of scorecards where things are narrowed and things are narrowed more for kids who need more. And I think I think we're coming from a place of concern and fear about that, and knowing that all of our values can't possibly be reflected in this, and wanting to be sure, I think we know what we value, and I think we have shared values, and making sure that we get there together. And, I think I'm really excited to hear, I appreciate the conversation and the honesty from Ms. Drinks and Dr. Robinette, and from you, Superintendent Segura, about the reality of changing and what it does, how that harms the people who support our kids, and how that impacts the people who we need there in our classrooms to be with our kids. So thank you for that honesty. And I'm glad to hear that there's some kids who celebrate their MAP scores and are motivated by that. And I absolutely am so grateful that we're talking about growth and that we value growth. And we've just done a lot of listening with our community about our superintendent and about our scorecard. And I didn't hear a single person say, I want my kid to be really excited about their test scores. My hopes and dreams for my kids are how they do on the STAR. People want their kids to be able to read and do math and all of that, but people want joy in learning. People want, something so much, they want their kids to find their why. And I think our goal is how we do what we need to do and measure and talk, because I think it really has value to ask those questions, to monitor how our students are doing on those basic things, and not let that get in the way of all the other things we need to do. And I had the good fortune to visit 3 campuses in May that were doing beautiful projects, 2 elementary schools and 1 middle school, and talked to probably 20 different kids with deep joy and excitement and beautiful learning. None of it is going to be reflected here. You have to be able to read, you have to be able to work in a group, you have to be able to do things that we hope are reflected here. But I just hope, I appreciate the conversation and the time, but I don't want to lose sight of why we have so many questions, and the worry that we're trying to mitigate, and the goals that we're trying to get to, and that I believe everyone in this room shares, and that the system often pushes us away from. And I think if high stakes testing and data were the answer, Texas was No Child Left Behind before anyone else, and we would have the very best schools in the world, and we don't. So thank you all for all of that.
Appreciate that. All right. I think we're ready to move into the actual scorecard presentation.
Jacob.
All right. So, going to take us through our scorecard goals. And why we think about our goals, I want to start first with thinking about how we're actually going to report on these goals. And so we all know our first goal is third grade literacy. And what we have up on our slide, I'm sorry, I don't know my slide number. I will make sure that I add, thank you so much, 7. We'll get numbers on the next one. It's just so light. Oh, I do see it now. That is very hard to see, but it is there. We want to remind everyone that when we look at these goals, the goal may be written as all students, but we are looking at all student groups, and we will report on all student groups. And the scorecard will have these boxes because we have a requirement under HB3 to report on all those different groups. And so this is real data for the previous STAR results, but we would also see targets there, and we would also set targets when we go through this. And one thing that the board and the superintendent still need to tackle while we go through this work is what does on track look like when we're thinking about these student groups. And so that's something that we can talk through, but I'm going to go through all the goals and talk about the GPMs, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So our third grade literacy goal, our GPM 1.3 is the same from what we discussed last week. Our GPM 1.1 and 1.2 have been rewritten to focus on students on grade level or above in reading and increasing those percentages. Our next one is numeracy. Again, we have provided for you our table showing our student groups for which we'll set targets for each student group. And again, this is real data, real previous data. And then our GPMs are again a mirror of the one that we just looked at. Our GPM 2.1 and 2.2 would be looking at the percentage of students on grade level. And then the 2.3 would be looking at kindergarten students working on a certain task, which will be developed, and then how they are measured on that task and how that could improve. So our final HB3 goal and our final table, so this will be the last one that we present for all of the student groups. And again, this is our college, career, and military readiness. And our GPMs have not changed from our conversation last week. Briefly, they are looking at 11th and 12th graders meeting college readiness through either TSI, ACT, or SAT. They are looking at the 11th and 12th graders eligible for college credit, which means that they've earned the college credit, but they got it from the university or partner that provides the credit. And our third, 3.3, students who are on track and earning those IBC for level 1 and level 2. Our next goal is our goal 4. And so now we are looking at individual student groups. So this one will be written on students identified as economically disadvantaged, and that'll be what we report on. And our GPMs are 4.1. Currently is still looking at the 5th grade students identified as economically disadvantaged, scoring on meets grade level or above on NWA MAP. This is one that we've had a conversation on since last Thursday, trying to consider what are the different indicators that would help us predict that success in 8th grade. Because again, we are using not just enrolling in algebra in 8th grade, not just passing the algebra 8th grade course, but also scoring at meets or above on the EOC. And I do want to mention meets because it is possible that a student could pass the class, it is, and actually not pass STAR, but get approaches. They would not meet this indicator. We will report that and we'll share that, and they will be successful, and they do not need to retake the EOC, but they would not meet this individual indicator. And then our next one is the percentage of 6th grade students identified as economically disadvantaged who enroll and persist in that accelerated math class. And this is really showing how we need to build out this structure starting in 5th grade. It's going to happen earlier than 5th grade. And when we get to the constraints, we've been discussing one that we had a good discussion today is really tied to this as well. But the measurement that we have, we know these students need to be on accelerated course for 6th grade. One, that's how it works in their schedule to get through the math course. But we do believe that that is going to help us understand how successful those students will be in 8th grade. And as I mentioned, and I want to mention it one more time, we want to continue that discussion of going potentially above what the state requires with the 40%, because it's 40% overall. And we recognize that if we did 40% as our district, that could look very different when we look at different middle schools. So we want to continue that discussion and make sure that we have a plan in place for this next 5th grade class. So rising 5th graders will be the first one under the new changes under the Senate bill that requires the accelerated math, and see how we can not only increase the students taking it, but persisting and moving on to 7th grade. So our last goal is goal 5. This is our biliteracy. There is only one change that I did a reference last week for our goal 5, and that's under GPM 5.1. We added the word to persist. So they will enroll in the required dual language course and persist to earn that level. So that allows us that multiple touch points. So we will both be seeing, are they on track at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, and how do they do on that test? And then we meet those checking in on this multiple times. And so that's the only change for 5.1. The actual outcome for those students is the same. And then 5.2 did not change. And so that is our goals. One other thing that I want to mention is, as I shared with you some previous STAR data for our 3rd grade reading and 3rd grade literacy, and I want to remind our board, remind our public, hopefully they're all going to be watching this on YouTube later, that STAR results will be released to families and to the public on Friday. That is just STAR results. It is not accountability. Accountability will come in August. But we have been looking at our results. We are starting that conversation now with our campuses. And as we review through that, we do already see some trends, especially looking around 3rd grade. Without getting into detail, and then I want to mention that for our trustees, we do plan on sharing our dashboard with trustees tomorrow, which will allow an interactive view of our preliminary STAR results. I want to stress that it's preliminary. There could be changes. We do not have the STAR Alt results. What you see there is not necessarily what directly correlates to accountability. There's more information and more background that's needed to understand the accountability part. But we have been looking at our scores, and both Austin ISD, the state, and we also know other districts have seen some decreases in the overall scores at approaches and at meets. And our current, where we're seeing those changes, they do tend to be aligned with same changes that we see at the state. But similar to where we were 2 years ago, for 2022 and 2023, we have continued to see that we're either right at or right below the state on those. Where we're above tends to be masters. We tend to be above the state in masters and above the state, and above our urban peers in masters. But at the approaches and meets, we're either right at or right below. And we will certainly be providing some more detail on those STAR results on these dashboards. And then, of course, make myself available, some of my team members, and I know that our school's office could also be available to help answer some questions while we get ready for that public release on Friday of STAR results for districts. So I will pause there for our goal discussion. But get ready, because I'm excited about constraints, and I think you're going to too.
You want to run through these?
So save some energy.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. Or actually, first let me ask my trustees, do y'all have questions on the goals? No. Okay, I have some questions. First of all, I know that we didn't specify, and I think this is by design, that we didn't specify which assessments for goal, like we're gonna be using for goals 1 and 2 on the, the third grade literacy and numeracy. And can you explain, so like the previous iteration of this had listed MAP, that's been removed. Although I believe the district is still gonna be using MAP. Can you talk a little bit about what you plan on using to measure the percentage of second grade and first grade students on grade level?
Yes. So I think to Superintendent Segura's point earlier, we had a desire to make this particular assessment agnostic so that we do have a little more flexibility if it is time sometime in the future to kind of reevaluate the assessments that we're using. I kind of talked about this a little bit last time, but one of the primary indicators you use to see if students are on track for reading at that grade level would be your screener. But there are some other indicators that I think we could look at to help us make that decision that are a little bit more holistic. And so that might be a little bit different. I think we talked about kindergarten a little bit, but a little bit different at first grade and second grade. We could definitely look at our screener data, I think, is the primary point. And then we've already mentioned a few other assessments that we could look at. I don't know if that would be sort of a holistic combination of those things to really decide whether or not students are on track, or if we use one a little more heavily than the other.
So
Yeah.
wouldn't that need to be ironed out before we vote on this?
The methodology, so one of the things that we've talked about is, tying it back to MTSS, is the number of students that are in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 instruction, right, beginning of year, middle year, end of year. I think, that is something that we've explored, and we could pull that information out. I think the challenge that we have, and this is where I think a little bit of time would help us, is determining kind of what that goal is that arrives at that GPM. An example, I guess I would say, is, for students that are in Tier 1, over the course of time, if we were, I think, a strong organization, you would expect 80% of our students to be in Tier 1, right? 15 in Tier 2 and 5% in Tier 3. As we move towards that school by school, or just as a whole, how do you take that information and get it to where you can make a kind of get this to be reflective based on that information? And so that was kind of the intent of the structure of this, because we can, over time, if we choose to use a different tool at some point in the future, we still need to track students that are in Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. We also recognize that students can come in and out of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And so that is definitely part of the conversation. I guess the question, how much definition do we need to have around that to place it in this way, as describing the methodology appropriate? I think we can have that conversation. We were trying to kind of move the direction that I think would align with, the overall intent of the scorecard.
Thank you for that, and thank you for, I know an immense amount of work has gone into this, not just between our last meeting and this, but a lot before that. I would say I'm intrigued by this. I would, before we vote, I would like to know what methodology we plan to use. Understanding, I think there's value in some flexibility, as long as we still think it'll give us valid data. And I also don't have a great understanding of what goes into Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. I have a sense of it, right? I know map data is part of it. My understanding is that map data is only part of it, that there are behavioral pieces, there are kind of family need pieces, that it's some of the factors that would qualify a student for being at risk. So I would love to understand a little bit more, if that's the direction we're going, kind of what components go into that, if it's just academic or if there are other pieces that we believe connect to students' academics.
So if we're just talking interventions and the decisions to say, okay, the student should do interventions, or the student, some of the things that we look at, it's not just academic, it is behavioral, although interventions tend to target either one or the other. And sometimes they're both, but you really try to look at the primary concern of a student and their needs, and lean in towards either behavioral interventions or academic. So some of the things that, and this is part of the system that we're implementing this year. It's been in place. It just hasn't been. We talked about this in a previous update for MTSS. It just hasn't been system-wide so that everyone has the same access to the same tools, the same system, the same ideas for how they're going to make decisions for students, things like that. So depending on the different grade levels of the students, we could look at screener data. We can look at, I think, multiple levels of screener data. So in historical screeners as well. So if a student was in pre-K for 80 plus days, circle in good information. Try to get a look to see really whether a student has been struggling for some time. So that's where historical data comes in. You look at just common assessments that are happening in the classroom. You always want the teacher in the room making those decisions as well and talking about individual students, because teacher observations, things that they have used that may not be recorded, like rubrics or performance tasks or things that they've seen students do in the classroom and notice them struggling with them, that information is part of what is discussed. And then things that affect, I think, both could be behavioral or academic indicators such as attendance, and really just being present for instruction is really key. So attendance sometimes will play into that. Behavioral, you can just look at a history of repeated behavior, even go into deeper discussions about functions of behavior and why students are doing what they're doing. So it's a pretty, I would say, comprehensive list of things that we are giving guidance to campuses in the MTSS program to say you need to look at multiple points of data. Here are all of your options at different grade levels, and so that's what your discussions will be around.
Okay, I would say I think that's very exciting, and I think if our job is to decide as a board whether the GPMs you bring to us are predictive, to me, I think, and understanding, what I understand, that feels much more predictive than a single tool and a single test and a single product. So I think that's actually very exciting. And I know that we're investing in MTSS for good reasons, not just because it's part of the agreed order, but because we know those systems for being really, we're a big data organization and we have not behaved like one. And those moments when our kids might be falling off the radar, when we have a kid who might have been done well and it suddenly isn't, or, has grown and suddenly stopped, whatever that is, those it's a sentinel for our kids, and I think there's excitement about that. So I would say that to me, that seems to reach the kind of thing I think we've been looking for. That really starts touching on that whole child, all the things that go into how well that student's going to do, and the idea of looking that over the course of years leading to that third grade, I really appreciate, because I think the system of scorecards often incentivizes really short-term thinking. What can I do this year to make a difference this year? And I really appreciate, Superintendent Segura, your focus on doing it right in ways that might take a while to show up as we want them to, but really trusting that if we do it right and do it well, that it will show up and not be a quick fix, but a lasting difference for our students. So thank you.
So Jake, okay. I was going to say, perhaps there's additional detail we can provide around the methodology to kind of shore this up. So when it comes back, it is clearer for how we're going to measure it. I just wanted to kind of express to you, I think that this iteration of it allows for flexibility when you explore future tools, but also acknowledges quite clearly that this is one part of how we establish Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And then overall, as a system, if we have strong Tier 1 instruction and more students, 80%, are in Tier 1, you continue to get Tier 1 instruction, then outcomes will move. And so I think that feedback is helpful, and so we can definitely make those refinements.
Any other trustees have comments on that? Yeah, I'll want to second what Trustee Boswell said. I definitely want to see a pretty clear breakdown and see how, like, what are the factors that would comprise, that comprise whether or not a child is in tier 1, tier 2, or in tier 3, and how much weight the test has in that. Is that like 90% of it, or is that like 50% of it? I don't know if MTSS is even set up that way. I don't know if you have an answer, a brief answer for that.
I wouldn't set up, I say it's set up in percentages. I would say sort of a preponderance of the evidence.
Okay.
So for some students, some of those things may weigh more than others. For some students, what's happening emotionally with them is going to weigh much more heavily on a test score than a test score. And a test score might be considered tertiary because it's just reflective of what's happening with the student. And the intervention needs to understand more than that because it has to get the root of the problem.
And who identifies what tier a student is in?
So there are 3 levels, what we call child study teams. That's a kind of an MTSS problem-solving team. One is at a school-wide level, so that school campuses just have a regular practice of a few times a year coming together, looking at their students, seeing, looking at multiple data points and sort of seeing the overall progress of a school. A PLC is another CST, and so that's when teams of teachers regularly have a cadence where they're talking about not just their own students, but sort of the shared students as well, where they're talking about students across a content or a grade level. And then there are individual CSTs. Different levels kind of lean a little more heavily into different ones. At the elementary level, the individual CST is typically the one that makes decisions to actually move a student into tier 2 or tier 3. At the secondary level, it can be a combination of that and the PLC. Because a student will cross between multiple teachers at that point.
Yeah.
And so they'll tend to lean into PLC decisions for that more.
Cool. Okay, that sounds exciting. Yeah, I'd love to get more information on that. And then I had a question about the CCMR. And I was wondering, Dr. Reach, could you, so like we did get an email. Actually, before we move to that one, okay, before we move on to the CCMR, I wanted to just ask our superintendent if, I know that we're working with Ashley Paz to kind of review the GPMs. Has she reviewed the ones, this new iteration of the GPMs, and is she okay with using MTSS as the measure?
Go ahead, Jacob. I know we've been engaged, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, so I need to send them to her in writing because we did have a conversation, but she has not seen them as written.
Okay. Okay, because if she says no, then that presents some problems, and we need to know that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, I do feel after the coaching I got last week, this seems like either
Okay.
one should align.
Cool, perfect. Okay, and then speaking of Ashley, she sent an email to us, and you said it was in the packets,
Yes.
the printouts that we have. I have 2 packets here. Hold on. Can you direct us to where it is in the packet? Oh, I think I see it. It looks like this. It's an email. It says coaching clarification. And she has been extremely responsive, and I really, really appreciate that. But she did remind us, so if you take a look at this, if y'all found this email, the very last paragraph of her email, so it's actually on the 2nd page, she writes regarding military readiness. Relevant to the CCMR criteria, statute does specifically name military readiness as a requirement of the goal that the board adopts. My coaching is that the board should not violate statute. However, you should seek interpretation of these requirements from your attorney. So, I know we've kind of gone through this already once before, but I think it's worth sharing with you all and thinking about this. And Ms. Badillo, I welcome your comments as well on any of this. Sure.
So my review of the statute is that it does not require a separate college goal, a separate career goal, or a separate military readiness goal. They're lumped together in the aggregate, if you will. And so, and there's nothing in the statute, unless I'm missing it, that requires goal progress measures. That's LSG, right? You guys have to do goal progress measures because of LSG. And you have the scorecard, that's an Austin thing. And LSG requires that everything that you're gonna have goals for has to be in one place. You can't have secret goals. It all has to be on your scorecard. So there's only one place you can do this. There's only really, under the statute, as it pertains to CCMR, one thing you're required, well, several things you're required to do, but one goal you have to set, and that's a CCMR goal and or goals. So if you ask anybody who is in a position to answer that question from like a TEA standpoint, they're probably going to say the same thing Ashley said, which is, here's what the law says and you should follow it, right? Which is not really an answer. I think that you have a CCMR goal and you have several CCMR goal progress measures, and so I think you are in compliance with the statute. That's my read of it, if you adopt this scorecard.
And we're still reporting HB3 goals, correct?
These are.
Separately? Like,
No, we
which
would,
would include the military or no?
Yeah,
no, we would use these as our HB3 goals.
that's what these are.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's as clear as mud.
Yeah.
Let me back it up, because I like what you said. Sounded good to me. So the statute says that we have to have this goal. We have the goal. I don't think that's what Ashley was getting at. So my question is, if everybody in Texas has to have this goal, what are they doing with it? What does it look like? Do they say, we will ensure that 15% of our students join the military? I mean, how do you do
Right,
that?
like they're not counting push-ups or anything like that.
They're doing an aggregate of CCMR.
So say what now?
Something an indicator.
They're
That sound
doing
like what's his name?
just how many students meet the CCMR. It
So whoever does it, that's what we say.
doesn't matter, I mean, it does matter which way they do it, but for the point of reporting their data, it doesn't matter how they meet CCMR. It just matters that they meet it,
They get to decide.
for the
what
point
it
of
is.
reporting the data.
And you don't have to differentiate college readiness from career readiness from military readiness.
That's right. So I say that 70% of my kids are CCM ready.
And Ashley coached you on that?
No.
No, but I've taken the HB3 training, and that's how the coaching is.
Okay, Jacob took the HB3 training, and that's how they do it. So we're gonna stick with the statute and follow this, that's what we're gonna do, right? Okay, I'm good then. That's all the questions I have.
Do you want me to add one additional piece to that in terms of like whatever concerns people might have around LSG? Do you want me to touch on that as far as the agreed order?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So a thing, if I can pull it up real fast, I had it earlier. A thing about the agreed order is that if you are determined to be out of compliance with it, you have an opportunity to cure. So if, for example, you adopt a scorecard and it weaves its way up to wherever it's reviewed and a determination is made that it does not comply with the law, you would be notified of that fact and have an opportunity to cure before the sanctions would rain down.
So, this is like a tough situation. Our LSG is saying my coaching is, our LSG coach is saying that the board should not violate statute. So she believes that what we currently have violates statute.
But she
she's-
told us to appeal to our general counsel for expert legal guidance.
Yes, she has, and that's established, but I also don't want to forget this other piece of this, and she is the person who is reporting to TEA.
Sure.
And so I just want to make sure, I mean, I feel a little exposed. I agree with, I mean, I like and I prefer strongly what we as a board developed. But when I got this yesterday, this email, it gave me pause and thought, is she telling us something that we should heed in a different way than we
Right.
did before?
I don't think she's telling you that what you have violates the law. I think everybody is taking great pains not to tell you one way or the other. And they're saying, well, ask your lawyer, right? I don't love that because, you know, I hate all of this. So it's not my favorite thing, but I can read the law. And I also know, I do know, nobody, or at least I've not seen school districts saying there's a super meaningful or a measurable, or we're gonna measure a difference between college readiness versus career readiness versus military. I just don't see it a whole lot, because districts are doing what they have to do to comply with the statute, and having a CCMR goal is having a CCMR goal. So I believe that you are in compliance with the statute, because you, or at least if you adopt the scorecard, you will. But if you want to be absolutely certain that you're gonna be above the reproach of Ashley or anybody else, then you could change it. That's certainly an option. And you just have to kind of decide where you wanna fall on that.
And can you tell us what the statute actually says about this? I know you've
Sure
shared this
thing.
with us once before.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, y'all, if this is like so redundant.
So, yeah, so it's Texas Education Code Section 11.186, and it's called College Career and Military Readiness Plans. It has an Oxford comma. A is that the Board of Trustees shall adopt college career and military readiness plans that set specific annual goals for the following 5 school years to reach quantifiable goals or measures of student college career and military readiness at each campus. So you have to have a plan. That's the first thing on CCMR. And again, when you talk about this, we're always talking about CCMR. We're very rarely saying college readiness. Like, you just don't hear it. It's not, you don't distinguish generally between them. Subsection B, each plan under A must identify annual goals for students and groups evaluated under the Closing the Gaps domain. So that's your disaggregated data. 2, identify annual goals for aggregate student growth on CCMR readiness indicators evaluated under the Student Achievement domain. 3, assign at least one administrator or ESC employee to coordinate the plan and submit an annual report on the plan and the progress towards goals. So, plan, 2 types of goals, someone to coordinate and report, and then 4, you have to review this annually at a public meeting. And then lastly, your annual report has to be posted on your internet website. So in terms of what 11.186 requires, it's less than what you guys are gonna do under your scorecard because you have LSG. So you've gotta do the goal progress measures.
I'm confused as to, I don't see an issue. I just listened. We have a goal. I don't think the state would be so prescriptive as to say what we want is to see this many pass the TSI, this many to do this, this many to do
No.
that. They say have a goal. We have a goal. I see zero issue. I see zero issue. I don't.
So our goal though does not include military enrollment. And that's all, that's where I am.
Okay, so it does. We set our goals. If you say you set a goal for military that is 0, and we don't accept that, then okay, but nothing in the statute requires that particular delineation or parsing
No,
out.
I'm not saying that we parse out and set a goal like for each of those categories. I'm not saying like we should say, oh, 5% of our kids need to enroll in the military or anything, enlist in the military. What I'm saying is, like in the broad goal language, we only measure earning an associate's degree or enrolling at a post-secondary institution, or, you know, it's only the college and career stuff. And remember, originally, Jacob had also included the military thing, and we're like, no, let's take that out. And so what I'm saying is, should we put that back in the goal, but we don't have to have a GPM that measures it.
So for me,
separately.
So for me, it's a hard no. I mean, we can talk about it as much as we want. It's a hard no. I don't see this as in violation. I see putting it in as in violation of one trustee's values, but I don't see this as in violation. I'm not even interested in this conversation.
I guess my question would be, how would you do that? How would you ensure anything? If there's no, so you're saying we don't have to have a GPM? Because that would be my concern, right?
We don't have
Because
to
what
have a
control
GPM.
would he have over that?
No, the GPMs are different. It's just that when we look at the aggregate number of CCMR ready graduates, we would be adding the military as well, like the number of kids who enrolled in the military.
Okay, but help me understand. It says what I heard in the statute, and maybe I misheard it, and what I see already on this scorecard says that we're gonna increase from X% to Y%. Is that happening or not? Right?
We're not, but military is not part of it in our goal.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
I was here when we did that.
Nor is
Yeah.
it probably in 1,000 other districts. Like, if the district just set the broad goal, would they then be in violation because they didn't mention one of these individual delineators? No.
I don't know.
Can we
Jacob,
just
do
say
you
total
happen to know?
CCMR, including blah, 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 we'll go from this to that, and then that's an aggregate, right? That's everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm,
Okay,
I mean, that's what we originally had, right, Jacob?
that's not what we originally had.
That's correct. And so, for instance, if you were to compare what we will report to our bonus report, they will not match up because the bonus report will include students who earn the bonus through military readiness, but our scorecard would not.
So I have one, I think we're back to unintended consequences, and I think what Trustee Gonzalez shared has really stuck with me, that he has a relative who was pushed into the military, you know, and could have done other things. Not that that's an illegitimate thing, but I think it's a question of unintended consequences that we always have. And if that's an easier path than some of the others, we want that to be our student's choice and not a scorecard's choice. And I do look at the Houston goal, which I believe is current, that reads the percentage of students graduating Texas Success Initiative ready and with an industry-based certification will increase from 11% to 26%. That's their whole goal. So if it's okay for them, I trust our council, first of all, greatly. I appreciate our work with Ashley, and Ashley's advice to us was, don't violate the statute and see if your council's okay with it. And I will take that. She has meant what she has said, and I will take that she means that. And seeing that Houston, who is under even more scrutiny than we are, has that, I assume if it's legal for Houston, it's legal for us. And I assume if it weren't legal for Houston, someone would have said something.
We share the same coach.
Yeah, so I feel solid moving forward with what we have. And I think we had a meaningful discussion and chose it for good reasons.
All right. And did you write a memo for us on this? I can't recall. Okay.
Yeah, that's literally what she's doing.
Okay, that would be great, just so we have something official. And that little piece, and my only interest was the TEA exposure, not about, it wasn't about the content. It was really, are we okay with this risk? And I just want to raise that with y'all.
And I will say that's Googled during the meeting that I assume is their current scorecard that was under Lone Star Governance, but one of the dates on it was 2011, 2012. So I hope it is current.
Well, Ashley did actually email me Houston's
Okay, so we should probably
scorecard
triple check
yesterday,
that.
so let me just double check that. Hold on, if y'all just pause, just give me a second to double check it. Okay, there's 1, 2. Okay, so I'm reading goal 3, that is in the current HISD policy, and they have the percentage of students graduating Texas Success Initiative ready and with an industry-based certification will increase from 11% to 26%. So let me just make sure they don't have military as a separate thing. Sorry, y'all. I gotta make sure we're protected. Okay, all right, it's not there. It does not appear on Houston ISD scorecard, so I think.
You have a CCM or
Okay.
scorecard goal.
Okay.
You are in compliance with the
I'm
statute.
good with it. Thank you for, listening. Go on, Jay.
Okay. Let's moving on to constraints. Our first one is underserved students. This is that the superintendent shall not allow practices in staffing, resource distribution, or campus practices that exclude, disproportionately impact, or fail to support historically underserved student groups. So our first CPM 1.1 is new, but this was referenced at our meeting last week. And this is that the percentage of highly qualified teachers at our locally developed list of priority campuses will increase from X to Y. And the coaching that I received from Ashley on the locally developed list of priority campuses is that the clearest way for us to do that would be to say that here is the list for 24-25, and that is the list that we will continue to use through the 5 years. So the district may have another priority campus in 27-28, but we'll be using the list that was developed from 24-25 moving forward. Our next one is the special education evaluation. We went through this one last week, so I won't read it again, but it has not changed. The third one is chronic absenteeism. This is the percentage of K-12 grade students experiencing chronic absenteeism will decrease from X to Y. And this was moved from constraint 5 to constraint 1 through discussion with the team on trying to, one, make sure that we're aligning these in the ones that are going to be most predictive and make most sense. And two, also in an effort to balance these so that one did not have 3 and another only had 1. But the first goal was the first purpose was ensuring that they're aligned with the actual constraint. So now moving on to our constraint 2, caregiver engagement. The superintendent shall not allow families to be without meaningful partnership with their home campus and district. And our CPM 1 is brand new. It is, thank you, the number of campuses that develop and meet a goal in their campus improvement plan, and this will be edited to also say targeted improvement plan, because if a campus has a TIP, a targeted improvement plan, that goes in place of their CIP, campus improvement plan, in some cases, based on the dual capacity building framework for family school partnerships will increase from baseline to Y. So again, it's written this way to ensure that we're meeting LSG guidelines. So there's, we'll check on this multiple times a year. So it is creating a goal, it is working towards that goal, it is completing that goal. And so that is how we will meet that qualification. I did read this one to Ashley, so she has heard these exact words, and she has said that yes, this aligns, and she also felt that it was well aligned with what we heard from our community. Our second CPM, and I'm sorry, it still says alternate up there, but it's no longer an alternate. It is CPM 2.1. and that is the number of active caregiver accounts associated with an enrolled student which utilize the Austin ISD frontline reports during the school year will increase. So this is the times that parents utilize the different student or curriculum-based reports available to a parent, such as a student report card. What other examples did they have?
So you can access student report cards, attendance, grades, and you can actually email teachers through that system.
And so it would be increasing those touch points through the system. Our next constraint is historically marginalized groups. Constraint 3, the superintendent shall not allow practices that lead to academic disparities within specific student populations. Our first one, CPM 3.1, was one that we discussed last week, and that's the percentage of 9th through 12th grade students within specific student populations who successfully complete an advanced academic course. So that one had not changed. Our next two are new. The first one is CPM 3.2, dual instruction. The number of campuses scoring on track in the language of instruction domain of the locally developed dual language data collection tool rubric during walkthroughs will increase from baseline to Y. So just to confirm for our board, this walkthrough and rubric were already in development. It aligns very well to this item, so we're excited to add it here and be able to share it out. But it is not being created just to accomplish this. It was already in the works to align with our board policy. And then our another new one, which is, I'm going to say an oldie but a goodie because we've had it on the scorecard before, and bringing it back, is our CPM 3.3, the representation index between students identified as gifted and talented in the total student enrollment will increase. And I mentioned earlier that when I was talking about our algebra one, that we have a constraint that can also help us with this. And this is one of those that we believe is actually helping us align with some of our other goals, because we know those connections between GT and advanced math, and GT in those AP, IB, advanced credit courses later in middle and high school. So not only do we feel that this is predictive of our constraint, we also feel that it's supportive of some of our other goals or progress measures. So we're excited about this one as well. Our next one is constraint 4, early learning. Well, let me read the current language first. The superintendent shall not allow students identified from early childhood to second grade to be taught using developmentally inappropriate practices. And this was the early education walkthrough. This one has not changed from last week, but I do want to share that the administration has had discussions over what this could look like and what this would mean. And we believe that if this is the constraint, that this is a progress measure we can use to meet this constraint. What we would ask the board to consider is how some of our other progress measures are already aligned to early childhood and already indicating for us both student outcomes in early childhood, but when we look at our SEL and some of our other walkthroughs, along with our MTSS walkthroughs, which are not in here but still will be reported to, oh, thank you. I keep moving my computer thinking that it's moving this, but it's not. I gotta use this. So I apologize. There we go. So plus our MTSS walkthrough, which are not reported through the scorecard, but as part of our agreed order, will be shared with the board. We do feel that we have a lot of touch points on that early education and ensuring that we are in effect meeting this constraint. So a request would be if there would be consideration from the board for potentially not having constraint 4, because we do believe that we are still accomplishing this in other ways that would still be reported with the board. Now, if the board feels that this is a constraint we need to keep, then this is the CPM we would like to bring forward, which would be a new development for the district. This is something we would have to build, something we have to work with our elementary principals on training. It's something we need to work with those pre-K through 2 teachers on what those walkthroughs would look like, how we need to align with those, and what we need to do to kind of close the loop on those walkthroughs. So our final constraint is social and emotional learning. And this is that the superintendent shall not allow students to lack access to a fully integrated evidence-based system for social and emotional learning and campus mental health supports. Or the alternative language, the superintendent shall not implement an instructional program that ignores social, emotional, and mental health supports for students. So our CPM 5.1 is the same one that we discussed last week. That would be the average campus score on indicators 4, 8, and 9 on the SEL and CP&I implementation measurement tool will increase. So again, very excited about this one because we're bringing our SEL tool back, also incorporating CP&I indicators into that tool as well. And that's aligned with our work with Castle, and we believe really well aligned to this constraint. The other one that we have is based off of our coaching, based off our discussion, ensuring that we are well aligning these CPMs is 2 changes. Oops, sorry. So it's bringing our discipline item to our social and emotional learning, 1, because we do believe that there's the direct connection through the social and emotional supports that we want to be providing for students in addressing mental health and student needs and restorative practices. Thank you very much. And also, we wanted to take the opportunity to ensure that we are reporting these out in a very meaningful way. Because of the requirements of LSG, we have to report on a single indicator. So if I have a scorecard item that's trying to capture 2 unique student groups, I basically have to combine them and provide you an average. Of course, we can always report out on what that looks like later, but the scorecard would be written to where it could be that maybe we made great improvements on one group, but actually got worse on the other. But it looks like we're making improvements overall. So we really believe that separating this out is going to be the best way to address where we see the two biggest areas of concern and areas of need when it comes to discipline. And that is with African American student removals and students who are receiving special education removals, who are both vastly overrepresented compared to the full student body. We also want to discuss what that decrease actually looks like, and we hope to have something for you coming up, but we want to continue our conversation around that 1% decrease, but we believe that the intent of these 2 items and how they're written are well aligned to this constraint and help us meet that goal. So that summarizes our constraints. The one last thing I'd like to mention is about these targets. So you'll notice that you still saw either baseline or X or Y through here. Our baseline would, of course, stay a baseline for the year because we need to get through that. But some of the coaching that I received from Ashley Paz and that she and I discussed in detail is what is the best way for us to move through this month of scorecard approval while also ensuring that we're doing the robust work that we need to do for strong goal setting, or I'm sorry, target setting. And so what was discussed and what Ashley Paz agreed to was that the board could approve our scorecard next Thursday and then in August approve targets. But for the point of LSG and needing to have that in place for the school year and having it in place for a year, she and we would start that timing in June. So approving targets in August will not delay that timeline. It won't make it so that we did not have a scorecard in place before the school year started. So we believe that this would be really helpful to ensure that we can focus on these GPMs, CPMs, goals and constraints for next Thursday, and then come back with our targets. And so that will end the section on constraints. Turn it back over to Superintendent Segura and President Singh.
All right, trustees, questions, comments? Trustee Lugo.
What?
I guess I'll work backwards. I don't know. I don't know if there's a better or a different way to go about having these. This is so awkward, by the way. This is like, can't see. No, I just want to be able to look at you instead of like looking through the microphones. So like, I kind of feel like, there's got to be another way for us to have a, I hate using the word robust, but a robust conversation around like, hey, tell me what you're thinking, right? Like, help me understand.
because that's what I keep coming back to when I see the CPMs. So bear with me. So like the SEL, right? I'm reading the constraint, and what jumps out to me is fully integrated evidence-based system for social emotional learning and campus mental health supports. And then I see discipline, right? And two things. One, and this isn't a surprise, I would hope, like I'm highly suspicious of any measure where it says like, hey, we're gonna make discipline, we're gonna lower disciplinary rates. I just am. Because you can make numbers work in your favor. And as well-intentioned as whoever that direct person is, whether it's a teacher, a staff person, a president, whatever it is, I worry that numbers can be managed. That's one piece. The other piece is when I see that social and emotional learning is then measured, just like philosophically, right, is measured by a reduction in discipline. I don't have the right words to say this, so I'm just going to say what I'm thinking. That's sad. That the best way for us to measure how we're providing integrated, evidence-based, social emotional learning and campus mental health supports is saying, hey, we're going to discipline our students less. Or by saying our students will need less discipline. This is sad. And I have similar thoughts around caregiver engagement. And then just the idea of removing the early learning constraint is incredibly disappointing. And this may not be how the administration took it, but this is how I'm perceiving it, which is why I started off with, like, wouldn't it be cool if we could have like a robust conversation and just kind of like, help me understand, like, what were you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, we can start there.
To suggest that we remove that constraint, the way I perceive it is then there wasn't a real understanding of why that constraint was incredibly important to the board and to the community. And I'm going to just stop there for the superintendent or the administration to respond.
Yeah, so I'll start off with the discipline. So these moved. They weren't here before. So just to be clear, like the last iteration of this document didn't include them here. And previously they were combined, which is something we struggled with. To Jacob's point earlier, we have to report out on one data point, and we felt strongly that we needed to break it up. We know that discipline referrals, our progress over the last couple of years hasn't been what it needs to be. I mean, that's reflected in the last presentation that we didn't give to the board, but y'all saw the video, right? So it's important that we continue to have that as a goal. I felt that means as a goal, it's a constraint progress measure, because we haven't really been doing that great, honestly. And so because we split them up, we have now 2 constraint progress measures. And as Jacob said, we're going to address the percent reduction in a different way. Right now it's 1%. We think we can actually increase that so that we get back to a percentage that actually aligns with the student population, or closely aligns, or better aligns, I should say. So do I think that this is the best home for them? No, not necessarily. We're trying to kind of balance the different constraint progress measures across all the different constraints. Because before, where they lived, Jacob? They lived in?
They originally lived in constraint 3.
Constraint
The historically marginalized group.
Correct.
And the coaching receipt from Ashley was that was written around an academic disparity, and that discipline on its own was not academic.
And so, Trustee Lugo, to your specific question, why did they move? It was based on kind of balancing and guidance and the fact that we had one that now became two. So I guess I'll pause there because I think the other question is, can numbers be adjusted? I think that is a whole other issue, certainly that we have to wrap our minds around and actually address it. But what I heard off the dais the last couple times we presented this information is that we're not doing a good job. And we've had the goals and its interim scorecard and in the previous scorecard, and the numbers haven't moved. And so this is kind of a reflection that there's a lot of work to be done here to get that to be where it needs to be. But we never want to create an environment where people are gaming the system. Like, that's not what this is about. So I guess from a position perspective, I agree with you. Like, emotional alert, like, this is not the best place for it. If you just look at the descriptor of the constraint the constraint itself, but that's why it moved. So I just wanted to kind of share that, and then we can talk about if it needs to move elsewhere or, whether you want to have it or not. But it was previously combined. So going back to the engagement.
Actually, Superintendent, can I add a couple to the SEL one before we move to the engagement one?
Mm-hmm.
So does the administration have a way, and maybe the answer is no, does the administration have a way to quantify whether restorative practices are being used? Like how does the administration, how does this organization as a whole know, are restorative practices being used? Where are they being used? How are they being used? Who are they being used with? Or is it really, we don't know?
Yeah. Oh, do you want to?
There's not,
We don't
there's
know.
not like a PEAMS reportable field for restorative practices. We do have partnerships with outside providers who support some of our campuses. Some of those are through grants, some of those are through local campus funding. Some of them have received previous training and are continuing to provide those services. We would expect to see that reflected in ECST, but that may be easily understandable for that student, but that's not a way to where you ask me, well, how many kids here, and that I can go run a report, because that would really require me to go read every ECST reading. I don't know if any of our current grants do have a reporting for that individual grant.
Funny you say that. We are just starting a Department of Justice grant that will be piloting some new restorative justice practices, in which one of the things that we will be doing as part of that grant is implementing new codes within our discipline system to do those exact things, to see when are restorative practices used, who are they used with, and how often are they used. The potential for this grant is to see, it's happening in middle school, to see how is that utilized. Does it decrease these specific practices, and is it something that we can scale up across our district? So we are going to start collecting that data in an effort to utilize it across the district in future years.
That's super helpful, and that was kind of my guess. I was like, damn it, we don't have a way to measure this, and this is why we don't know. And if the system doesn't know what they're doing, then how do we get better, right?
And Trustee Lugo, I think you bring up a really good point. It's something I've heard Trustee Hunter say before. And I've heard Trustee Boswell say this. There was a time not too long ago where, AIC was viewed as kind of a leading school district in this space. And, for whatever reason, pandemic, funding, ideologies, philosophies, whatever you call it, that's not the case now. So, trying to create a constraint progress measure that allows us to create initiatives that move us in that direction over time. And to do that, we need to have a tool that we can use to measure it, and it's already a commitment from us, so it's simply placing that here so that we have a commitment to the board and to our community that we are going to do it and measure it over time. So that's kind of how this evolved to this specific constraint progress measure under SEL. So
Okay.
yes, to your point, like, we can't measure it in the way that I think we
Because it
want to
doesn't
at this
exist.
point.
Yeah, the measure doesn't exist. The data doesn't exist in a consistent, reliable way, and in a way that can be extracted.
which
and
is
analyzed.
Which is why the
Yeah.
baseline year is important to us, because we have to create essentially progress the development of the tool to collect that.
Right.
Also, can I just add one more thing to that? Is the progress measures have to be, the constraint, they can't be
Through the-
inputs.
Right,
And that
right,
would be
yeah,
an
the
input.
training thing, I think
So
that was
even,
last
like,
time.
if you wanted to
yeah.
have like the number of counselors.
Right,
like, that
yeah, we
couldn't
can't do that.
Be a progress measure because that's an input providing restorative.
Right.
So anyway, per LSG rules, we wouldn't be able to
Right.
use that.
And I wasn't crazy
Which
about
is-
that idea anyways, because,
I'm just,
yeah. And then also, I already know y'all are probably doing this, but I'm just saying, like, and I call it frontline staff, like whoever's closest to the population that we're interacting with. So in this case, it would be whoever's interacting with the students, right? Like, I've run so many demonstration projects, and frontline folks hate putting in data. And every time it's like, if you can explain the why, and like I said, I know I'm preaching to the choir, I know, but it means a lot to me, because if we don't have good data, then we don't know what we're met, right? There's a trickle effect. So, whoever's going to be managing that, God bless them, like, may they go forth and do good, and may all the data be good, but I do really worry about that. Data is just really tricky. It's just really tricky.
And I can speak to the caregiver engagement.
Okay, yeah.
So on the caregiver engagement, so this has changed as well since the last time. What we were trying to do is to figure out, like, what is that thing that we can do as a system that over time, done well, would increase connection and engagement with our families. And we looked at, I think, the one originally, which is accessing the portal. I mean, we talked about, having, meetings with staff, or, having the update meetings, the meetings with the teacher and the family. And what we felt was like that really didn't capture, like, in the essence, what we're trying to do, because we want to create the opportunity for tailoring to occur at the campus level based on the needs of their community. But we needed a way to kind of allow the entire school system to be able to do it uniformly. And so we thought about, how can we incorporate that into something we're already doing? And so the district improvement plan, campus improvement plans, the target improvement plans, we felt was an area that we could incorporate that, and that would allow us to work with principals, identify the best strategy for their community, and then over time, as we track and build and support, that engagement would increase. So that's why we kind of created that opportunity in this way. If the question specifically is around the reports, that one I'm not as excited about, but I understand why we have it, right?
Okay, so can you explain can you help me understand? Because I'm not even gonna belabor like why I hate it, right?
The second one or the first one?
No, I'm down for the first one. That I can get behind that. It's the second one.
If you want to have, I mean, I think we're trying to create multiple opportunities to provide data points to the board as we work through these.
And that was my guess too, is like, we need something to measure, and this is something that we can measure.
Yeah, it was our best, what we felt was a good attempt of measuring, knowing that parents had information. Because that was something that we heard through the feedback with the community engagement, is how parents have access to information about their student.
Okay, that is helpful. Again, I think it does miss out on at least what I walked away with from the conversation, both in the community meetings and then in the board conversation, which is it's the meaningful piece, right? Like I did it. I probably shouldn't confess this, but I did it during this meeting. I logged on. I finally saw my kids' report cards.
Why you say finally? Tell them why you say finally.
Because I have to click into a couple of different places, and then I have to, so once I'm there, then I have to click on my each of my three students, and then I have to click on report card for each of the three, and then I have to see, like, okay, so my middle schooler has final grades, my elementary kids have, right, like, then I have to, like, read through it. Anywho, so I get that it's something that we can measure. And this is why part of my initial comment was general comment is I actually really like data and I like measuring things quantitatively and qualitatively. And I'm also highly suspicious of it because, yeah, you can measure, like, okay, how many people did we, finally badger into going into frontline, right? Like, oh my God, my teacher keeps, my teacher keeps telling me, yeah, exactly. Now there's like a whole campaign, like get all the parents to sign in. So like I can already see it, right? And sometimes measuring what matters is hard to measure, and so it makes our job hard because we're like, damn, I don't know how to measure this. How do I measure it? So I get the challenge, right? This is still missing the mark. And so I'm not suggesting that we use this next idea. I am simply saying, I wonder. And please don't, this is not the idea to run with. I'm just saying, like, at a campus level, if I were a new principal, whatever, middle, high school, elementary, do my counselors know, like, what percentage of my counselors, do they know my students? Do I know my students? Do my students know who I am? There are so many anecdotes, so I'm not gonna go down that path. There are measurable ways. Does the data currently exist? Probably not. Is it going to be a pain to collect? Probably, right? But that's what I mean, like that kind of conversation to help us, like, and maybe this is just not designed to be that way. But again, I wish that we could have that kind of conversation where it's like, okay, so like we're all clear on what's really important, right? Like this is why the board says we want caregiver engagement. Yes, okay, cool. What are the challenges? Well, we don't have all this data, whatever the challenge. And then we can figure out, well, what makes the most sense? And I get that the administration has done that exercise on its own. I still feel like as we're looking at the scorecard, it's missing a mark. And I'm not saying that the work wasn't well intentioned. Like
Sure.
the intention is good. It's there. What I again am kind of like perceiving is we don't have good data. We don't have data available to measure things that matter. And that's why I said I don't have any other way to say it, but this is sad.
CPM 2. CPM 1, you're feel good about. All right, just be clear.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's yours?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, these are ones that are difficult to measure. I think the intent behind all of this is just to get closer to our families where they are, and create initiatives that really are gonna speak to the how, right? Like, how are we gonna do that? Like, you just described to me an experience that is immensely frustrating for our families. But if there's an initiative that reduces, tactical as it might sound, the number of clicks or the number of steps it takes to actually access, like that to me is meaningful movement. But I can't distill that down into a CPM, right? And so I appreciate the feedback, and we can see what refinement can be done, or if even we need it. One thought might be the CPM 2.1 enough. But anyway, just to set food for thought. And Trustee, you had a question about?
Sort of, yes. Comment mostly. If you need CPM2, I get it, but that's not caregiver engagement. And for my sister over here, who we've had conversations, I was like, have you checked? She's like, I don't have time to look at that. I'm working a job. I got 3 kids. I was like, so just look at his grades. She's like, it's too hard to get to. Well-resourced person, not well-resourced, you know what I'm saying, but a resourced person. And I see this in my high school community that my child attends, well-resourced people. Here's the bad news, Noelita. You only have one that has 8 teachers. One day, you're going to have 2, then 3. That's 24 people you gotta try to connect and ride. Not ride, but you know what I'm saying, like keep up with, right? Like, hey, you ever put in no grades in the last month? You know, is he passing? That, if you have time to do that, I've had time to do that, right? I have time to do that now. Actually, last I'm not gonna lie, last semester I didn't really do it because I had other stuff going on with my mom. But it becomes overwhelming, and so people just don't do it. I'd rather us stand at literacy night and count the people that come in. I mean, I think that would be a better measure. Again, you don't, if you gotta have it, I get it. But that's not what we want, and that's not what people told us. And I'm gonna repeat, you tell me if this don't sound familiar, one of our parents saying, y'all need to stop making everybody go on a computer. Everybody don't have a computer. Everybody don't have internet. What else did she say? She said, and they need to be able to understand it in their own language, right? That was coming from one of our meetings where we sat in, and parents, this is not what they told us, right? They told us they want to be able to interact. They didn't say we want better technology. They didn't even say they want less clicks. They said we want a better way. I don't know what that way is, but if we don't have to have it, I think you'll piss a lot of people off because they're gonna be like, that ain't engagement. I can't even access it now. I see people all the time. My husband I don't even get the emails anymore. My husband gets the emails. He forwards me the emails if he thinks there's something I should know. Because for whatever reason, both people can't get the email. And if you divorce, it's even worse because then you got to trust that person that they're going to give you the information, right? I think the first one is really good. Or not really. I mean, I think it's fine for what our purposes are. I think the second one is tone deaf. And I think people are going to be like, do y'all not listen at all? And we sat there and we asked people to come and tell us what they wanted. And more clicks or less clicks or frontline or any of the things that we asked them to do to get information. I will share this story and then I will jump out. At one of my schools, the parent support specialist, probably breaking some rules, I'm not going to tell you which school, the parent support specialist keeps all of the passwords for the parents because they only use it one time a year, and that's to register, and they forget. So she has a book, and when Mr. whoever comes in, she's like, okay, your password is, this is your logon. This is how we're going to get in to get you registered. Literally. So, and this is a pretty big elementary school that I'm talking about. So if that parent support specialist is doing that, right?
But she cares about the parent. That is measurable.
The principal is an awesome principal, first of all, and it set up some really great systems to support parents to make sure that they can do these things and get this stuff done. Because we don't make it easy. We like, if you have a car or not, drive to South Austin, figure out how to get over here and register your kids. I'm like, they're telling us what they want, and we're still not hearing it, right? And I don't know how we do better engagement. I do have an idea. I think we should run a food truck and put people in it to drive around and register. I was saying at graduation, we should have had spaces, like places where people are like, hey, is your kid enrolled in school? Come here. What school do you go to? And like just grab them right then and there. But I'm just really, when people are going to read these, right? We're going to vote on these. And the people we know, certain people are going to read these. And there are going to be people we're going to hear from that are like, after all of those meetings, after all of that time, you still don't get it. And here's the thing, we actually do, but we have constraints, and this is one of them. So again, all of that to say, if we don't have to have it, let's not do that one. Because it really is toned down. It does not hear nothing nobody is saying. If we can figure something else out, I don't want to make more work for you, just don't do that one.
I think the one that'll be most meaningful to our system is 2.1, like just period. I think what has happened is we had multiple constraints, we refined, we improved one, stabilized one, and then one continued to just carried on, and we made some adjustments. But I've always said, the more things that we have to measure, the more resources that we're gonna have to deploy. So, if there's an area to reduce, then I certainly would be supportive. Well, I could make that. I guess I'd make the recommendation to myself.
Trustee Sabata, did you want to say something?
I think that
Oh. Okay, did y'all hear me at all?
We heard you.
Okay, all right, so, I don't know if that makes sense, you know, it'll still, I think community engagement's gonna be happening, and, you know, one thing I learned is, you know, that PSSs have to do 5 workshops a month. And that's like, how are those aligned with what we're trying to do? And so it would be a good conversation. I'd really like to read that contract the city has to see how are we aligning what we need to be held accountable for here to do so that those workshops are useful for us in helping reach our goals. So just wanted to share that.
Yeah, appreciate that. I think we're on the same page.
Anyone else? Yes. Or Trustee
Yeah,
Boswell.
I have some about some of the other ones, but I'll talk about the caregiver engagement one first. I'm super excited about 2.1. I appreciate that it is something that's already in our policy, that our campus improvement plans are already supposed to have a family engagement element, and that this really elevates the importance of that, states that it's one of our values, and makes sure it happens. And so I'm actually very excited about that. And I think in all the time that I've been engaged with the family engagement in the district, the question has always been, we talk about it, but there's no way to make sure it's happening. There's no way to incentivize and enforce it and hold people accountable to it. And I think this does that in a really, I hope what will be a really transformative way. And I think the dual capacity framework, I know a lot of us have talked about it, it is evidence-based, it is strong, it is good. And I think my understanding, going back to Trustee Lugo's point, that my understanding of the intent of this was to connect, it was relational. I mean, it is relational in service of student success, that, you know, as we get down to it, academics and well-being and the things that support strong academic success are at the heart of it, but that we believe that we get there in part by making sure our families have relationships, not with our district, but with their campus and with their kids' teachers. And I think this is, you know, some people don't even know who their principal is, right? Definitely most people don't know who we are, and they shouldn't have to. We're not what they have a relationship with, that campus is. And so I think we wanted to have a second one, if we were gonna look into that, just another resource that we might find something interesting in, if there's interest, is the National PTA standards for family school partnerships. And it's also very evidence-based, very strong, and it's a little more toolkitty than the dual capacity building framework. It's kind of, you can do this or this or this or this. It's a series of lists. And one option that they have is for schools to embark on a process to be recognized for their partnerships. And we have some campuses that have done that in the past. And that would be a possibility too, is kind of increasing the number of schools who seek that, or our number of schools in high need areas that seek that. Or there might be a good one item there if we felt like we wanted a second option there. But I'm extremely excited about the first one and share the concerns with the second one, because while I want families engaging, I think something that relies on us to reach out to families and be partners is more important than saying, did you log on or did you not? And if families aren't logging on, fixing the tool is part of it, but fixing the way we share that information is another part of it. And do you need a text? What do you need? So, thank you.
Before we leave this particular topic on the engagement, I'll have to agree with my colleagues, not crazy about 2.1. However, I'm not yet, I'm thinking about like when I was a teacher, when I was a little kid, like when I was a little kid, my parents had no idea who the principal was or anybody, and they didn't care. And I didn't care. Like, they weren't in the PTA. They were like, whatever. But they sure as heck knew how I was doing in my classes. And they sure as heck, like, read my report cards, went to my conferences, all of that. And that meant something. And I don't I think maybe that's kind of what you all were trying to get to with maybe the frontline thing, you know. But I still, and I believe that the dual capacity, I love that. Keep that one for sure, CPM 2.1, because that's sort of like a long-term, like we are going to build the capacity in our families and create these really strong partnerships. But I'm also really wanting something short-term that will help ensure that our parents know how their kids are doing, because we are missing out on we're putting everything on the teacher. We're putting everything on us unnecessarily. Our parents are walking around thinking their kids are doing great because they're going to assume that someone's going to call them and tell them if their kid's failing. And we don't do that. Like, and we put a report card on a system where no one accesses it. I remember a couple of years ago, I asked, like, what percentage of our parents are accessing the report card? And it was like 15%. And that was an aggregate for the whole district. Now imagine what it's like for our economically disadvantaged students. Probably half that at least. And so I'm just saying, I really liked what you had before, which was about the conferences and tracking the parents who, and it doesn't have to be a conference, but like some way of tracking a parent or caregiver understanding how their kid is doing academically in the short term, whether that's a report card, whether that's a conference, something, whether it's a phone call from a teacher. I don't know what that is. And I would be okay if it was just for our focus schools. It doesn't have to be for the whole district. I don't care about all of that. But like where we're trying to move the needle, the highest leverage, those 12 schools where it's going to make a huge difference, like I'm still waiting for that. And I'll keep talking about it until I see it on the scorecard. But our parents just have no idea how kids are doing. So how can we expect them to help their students if they don't even know how they're doing?
I do like that for our focus schools and something that's personal outreach, and I think that
And they should have the support. It's
gets
not like
closer.
an unfunded mandate for our poor like focus schools. Like I don't want our principals to be like, oh my God, another thing to do. No, but it's like, okay, like how can we use some resources for that? I don't know, but I would love to see that. Even if it has to be, even if we have 1 year just to plan it and it's implemented next year, that's fine. Like I'm patient. I just want to see that there's some movement made on this.
And I also see our special education outreach to families as being very connected to this. That kind of what are the tools you need to know, how can you help your students succeed, which doesn't have to just be for special education, but is right now. And participation in that I see as being this. So I do, yeah. But the first one I'm thrilled about, and yeah.
Jacob, can I ask you, was there anything, I know we got our STAR results recently, and y'all are still processing all of them, but is there anything in there that you want to flag for us that might impact anything that would show up in the scorecard? Anything that's like brand new, unexpected, that might influence something in the scorecard?
Under constraints or just in general?
In general.
In general. I mean, I think overall some of the things that we're looking at is just that there were declines and why there also are declines with the state overall. You know, we want to understand what we're doing and trying to understand where those declines are mostly at. I think some things that we learned looking at our data, none of which is final because these are projections. Our understanding, for instance, our relative performance, how we do compared to likewise schools, and seeing that those results may not be aligned to what we've seen in previous years. So we may see some drops in relative performance. I think this is true for the state, but for Austin ISD as well. Understanding like 8th grade social studies is just a point to where, you know, the performance is not there. And it's not aligned to U.S. history EOC at all. You know, we do so well in the EOC for U.S. history, but the 8th grade social studies is not as direct. What, you didn't like that I said so well? We do well. Are you fine with that?
No, I would just have to clarify that the passing rate for the high school EOC is a lot lower than the middle school one. And also the middle school US history that they take is the most boring part of US history. It's the most exciting part. So exciting.
Night, folks.
You got people raising baby mamas, you got all kind of good stuff.
No, so what, but it does, it has a whole bunch of primary documents in it, and eighth grade students don't tend to be as excited about primary documents as Trustee Hunter. Forgive me.
Girl, I'm trying to tell you, you don't even understand the romance. The drama that happens.
I needed that.
But it does have a lot of teaks. Go look at it. It's got more teaks than all the rest of them together, just about.
Anything else, Jacob, that you want to share?
Do we expect to have so I'm always thinking about like our existential threats to the district, which, is like DRF schools, multiple years. We want to avoid another 1882. Are there any threats there that we should know about that could somehow be reflected in the constraints somehow? I know I've seen scorecards from other districts that will say things like, no schools will have a D or an F for more than 2 consecutive years, because we know that the TEA interventions start after 5 years? Yeah, and so I just want to make sure that that's on our radar when we're thinking about that.
So I think it's really important for me to first mention that understanding how the accountability system has changed and how the test has changed is really important to understand why accountability could be where it's at. That being said, we do also understand that it does look like we are expected to have more Ds and F schools than we had previously. Of course, we did not actually release accountability last year. We were able to make projections with the data that we had, but it was not final. So for the most part, we're looking at 2022 data, which again, created not rated. So, technically we had no Ds and Fs in 2022, but we did have not rated. So you really have to go all the way back to 2019 to look at when was their last failing schools. But comparing to 2019, it does appear that that's going to trend up for middle and elementary school. And again, I do feel that that's probably going to be something because of, again, a lot to it, but because of these changes to the test, because of these changes to how the accountability system is measuring it. And when I say change to the test, I feel like I have to mention how much writing has changed. I mean, it's completely different. It's a new test, especially when dealing with the writing portion. But we're going to see a lot of school districts, urban especially, that see unexpected results. But I think the honest truth, and I don't know this for sure, but what we have heard from other superintendents is that this may not just be a urban school district thing when we look at accountability, that this may be a suburban school district and a rural school district thing, and that suburban school districts who are used to seeing ratings here are going to see it down here for some of them for the first time ever in their school districts. And so I think that there's just a lot to unwrap there. But for Austin ISD, which is what we're focused on, we want to make sure that we are understanding where those campuses are at, why they're there, and how we need to provide them the support to get them out of there. And to your point, we also want to pay special attention to those schools that may be beyond year one. Because even though we have to go back pretty far to start the counting again, it is, we don't know what's going to happen with accountability for 2022. That could come out. That could also make us think, well, how does accountability affect for those campuses? But not only do we need to think of state accountability, but federal accountability as well, because the state has adopted the federal accountability ratings to help them make their decisions for some of their interventions as well. So if a school may be making C's or D's, but maybe under a federal accountability, and then still be under the radar, so to speak, for the TEA portion of understanding what actions do we need to take.
I appreciate that. And so it sounds like we're not going to get the data we need in time to vote on the scorecard, so maybe that's an aside. But I just want to put out there, so I'm wondering if once all the TEA litigation and everything is sort of settled in the fall, I think it could be really helpful, and maybe you're already planning this. I would feel really good if the district produced a report of some sort that just kind of laid out what our risk is, and for any sort of 1882 situations, where we are, like identifying which campuses are DRF and how far along they are in that, and I know like we have like the targeted improvement plans and all that, but like I want like one just cohesive report that's, short, that just summarizes it, because I don't want anyone to say, okay, this board wasn't paying attention. They should have known that like these campuses were at risk, because I kind of feel caught off guard. Like when I joined the board, I was actually told you're not, as a trustee, you're not allowed to visit Mendez. You're not allowed to talk to Mendez. And that was actually not true, but that's what I was told by other trustees. And so I'm just like, we can't let any more schools get 1882s, and I don't think we need the scorecard to tell us that. I know you're committed to that as well, but I think in the fall, I don't know if the board agrees with me. If you do, this is the time, so it doesn't sound like I'm directing it.
Yes,
But
I would love to see that.
I would like
that
to
would
see
be
that.
very helpful in our role.
Thank you. Okay.
And I have a follow-up to the STAR question, Dr. Reach. Which is, do our NAEP scores show similar declines, or is this a STAR thing, or is this a student thing, or a little bit of both? What do you take from that?
Our NAEP scores did show slight declines, and I can go find it, but in one of our earlier scorecard discussions, I did do a comparison of NAEP over the years and compared it to STAR as well, and so I can go find that and share it back again. But Austin ISD did see similar declines in, if I remember correctly, in math, and saw either to the state and to the nation, and we saw greater declines in reading. I think we did have a math, I think maybe it was 8th grade math stayed the same, but other than that, we saw declines. And so I think to answer your question is that, yes, we're seeing similar things with that overall, that many are contributing to longstanding effects still of COVID and the closures of schools, the unexpected closures of schools.
All right. Any other?
Yeah,
Trustee Whitley-Chan?
and I'll be quick, looking through the CPMs. CPM 1.1, I don't know how this shows that like teachers are getting the resources that they need, like asking teachers, what do you need? Did you get it? And then just not knowing like what the definition of highly qualified. I am concerned about like possible misplaced incentives and unintended consequences. 1.2, I think, is, where y'all found to fit in that measure that we were taking. Chronic absenteeism, I think maybe. I do worry about unintended consequences of maybe someone with a sick child getting harassed, or someone who's absent a lot being unenrolled to make or counseled out to make the numbers look better. So these are just all things like I have seen as an educator happen. 2.1, I think good, like measures what we asked. The alternate, I think No, it kind of says like, oh, we're assuming that people want to be engaged in the way and leaning into it and share the same concerns as trustee Lugo, and see myself getting lots of texts and emails and robocalls. Like, I actually haven't checked my kid's report card. It's under my husband's. Like, it gets messed up. It goes into my trustee account. So I asked him to send that to me. I haven't looked at her report card. CPN, but I have a lot of good communication with the teacher. So like, I have better information than the report card would even show. And so does everyone in that class with that teacher and at that school. 3.1, I think that does measure, like helps to measure the constraint. 3.2, I think possibly that would be like a 3.3. We're finally doing universal screening. I think this is low-hanging fruit. I don't think that identification, like increased identification of gifted and talented students in certain demographic necessarily show, or in this district shows that they're getting increased opportunities or support or resources. We have a much bigger advanced academic department per people at the district level here than when I worked in Round Rock ISD, but much, much fewer people on campuses, like probably 0 assigned to that role. There's people who have other roles who are like, I was the GT advocate, the assessor, the full-time math teacher, and then when I was in Round Rock, I was the tag specialist full-time. So I don't think that measures what, anything useful to that constraint. Constraint 4, I like the alternative constraint. I also am concerned that this walkthrough, we have a lot of teachers and parents are the ones raising this concern. It's not their concern with the teacher necessarily. It is the resources or the requirements from, I would say, like the state, and then also like the district. So I think want to see something where the district is held accountable to providing adequate time, taking things away that aren't developmentally appropriate, leaning into resourcing a robust, early childhood through 2nd grade program. And let's see, 5.1, that seems to measure that constraint. I have the same concerns of Trustee Lugo with 5.2 and 5.3. I also do know that many trustees are like really interested in this information. But I've also worked at a campus where there was no like support from the campus or the district to like increase like mental health or to like support behavior, but like I would never, like at Pierce, I never wrote a referral unless I was told by administrator, write a referral. I never, because this number was reported would make, my boss look bad. So I'm really suspicious of that data and would like to see something that measures that, like that kids and campuses are getting support. And that's it. And I emailed a question about one of the scorecard GPMs. Thank you.
The alternative, those are all for. Is there a consensus on the ones that there is an alternate?
For which one?
Well, we have a couple.
4 and 5.
We have 4 and 5. Trustee Willie Chu made I think an important point.
And Ashley gave some feedback on the constraint for alternate
Ashley said the alternate is not acceptable because it's a double negative. Is that correct?
As written, she said that if we were, if we removed from or failed to support development and appropriate learning. So it would say the superintendent shall not require or support development and appropriate practices or assessments in early childhood through second grade. She said that would meet requirements. Or she said how it's written up above would meet requirements. And then she was fine with either language on constraint 5.
So I think for constraint 4 would be that advice to like do it with your revisions the way you shared verbally. I'll defer to some.
Alternative with that modification?
Yes.
Consensus from the.
For which one?
For.
For 4?
And I'd love to hear someone's
Oh, yeah,
trustees'
that's fine.
thoughts on 5, who's.
I would prefer the top one on 5 because I think it talks about not just the instructional program, but also campus mental health supports. And I think it's more comprehensive and truer to what we heard from our community. That we're not just talking about the instruction. And certainly our history is strong, but we're also talking about resources and how we're supporting our students in more ways than that.
Agreed. I wanted to just make a little suggestion or throw something out there, not even a suggestion, but for 4.1, the walkthroughs, so we're keeping that, right? Okay. And I know that I've heard that that is not a tool that's yet been developed, so that is something. Are we actually, and I know we're gonna start with the baseline, would it make sense to limit this to the campuses that have the highest need, like to our focus campuses? So again, it's like we're doing the walkthroughs. I'm just trying to think.
questioning if the walkthrough, like if that gets at the goal and focusing on those campuses, to me, doesn't show, like if we, or whatever those whatever we're saying, that doesn't like we need like a holistic view of how we're doing early childhood. And then if it's being done a certain way there, it could be different, maybe not in a better way. Sometimes our focus on campuses, like I was at a campus that was like really, really focused on, and it did not make things better for students at that campus, the amount of administrative focus at that time.
And then, like why didn't it make
we didn't get more resources to and materials to do more things with students. It was more going over data, having more meetings, having more walkthroughs. So more, it was a higher level of accountability, but not stuff that made teachers better. So that's my fear. And so I'm okay with fewer. Like I'm not necessarily saying replace all these, like having fewer to give you guys flexibility to like do the best thing. Like if you're like, well, we could come up with something better if we had more time, then like let's do this because like we know we can. So I would say like I would rather put like more trust in you guys to, you know, be flexible and measure the things you want to do and, you know, develop our staff and like, you know, trust everyone as professionals in this system, like to do that.
So I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know how we get around this, but like when I think about, okay, we've got 100, well, how many elementary schools do we have? Like 70?
Yeah.
Okay, and then how many of those would you say actually need more support with doing developmentally appropriate practices?
It's not that they necessarily,
they all do.
I'm saying that they, yeah, I'm like, sorry, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And so what one person's, version of what developmentally appropriate may not be actually developmentally appropriate. Nobody's trying to do harm on purpose, right, to children, but that would definitely be something that we would want to do district-wide so that we have
Okay,
coherence.
that's helpful to hear.
I think there's
Okay.
also a misconception that instruction is automatically stronger on campuses where they're receiving A's. That isn't always the case. The kids come at an advantage, and we are starting to see that now, growth and with relative performance. So students of the same demographic in another district could possibly outperform some of our students at our higher performing campuses. And so what that means is that we are having some challenges district-wide. And we've talked, I think, in pockets about like how do we address it. And we do need, I think, respect the professionalism of teachers, but as Trustee Hunter said, we also have to have some level setting and some common expectations. So that's why I would say 100% and not to focus on a certain number of schools, because I think we can all use some growth and development.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, any other comments? Did you have a comment? Question?
I did. It's not gonna be on the scorecard, on 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. I do, is that the right, am I on the right one? Yeah, no, Catherine mentioned 3.3. That isn't, opportunity and access, which is what we talked about. And then, what's the other one that I was worried about? Was the discipline one, social and emotional. There's shadow discipline, right? If you have to come pick up your kid from school, you're supposed to have some paperwork. Nobody's supposed to call you, you pick up your kid and you leave and there's no paperwork. And we see that. Sending a kid in the hallway, right? It's one thing to send a kid to a buddy teacher, but you see the kid coming in the hall, like, go to Miss Smith. Yeah, I'm like, I just got here. So there's all kinds of shadow discipline. So I worry about the continued practice of that. The one thing that's not in any of these when it comes to social and emotional or the historically marginalized groups, and it's one of those, you just hit me like, you knock me over with a feather. It's hard to measurable things we want to measure, like belonging. I want to know that historically marginalized children, whatever category they fall into, feel like, I belong here, right? Because that is not the case. And we had conversations last year with kids who are like, they don't even want me here. Like, they were just real open and honest with us about how they felt at that school and how adults' behaviors were literally keeping them from getting an education. Now, they was acting a fool too, but what I'm saying is, they're children, right? This ain't here yet. That's our job to when they are flying off down to be like, you good? Okay, now, you ready to learn some social studies? Right, and this not happening. And it's what Ms. Drink said is so important, and I'll share this example and I'll keep confidentiality. But I had a candidate who was a candidate at a school where her daughter went, and she talked to her daughter like she talks to her at home, and she got written up because they're like, you can't talk to our kids like that. And she's like, where's my daughter? Not while she's in this building. She's one of our students. Like, for that teacher, it was very fun for her to be like, come here, you better stop doing what you're doing and do all of that, right? And I see people talk to people's children like that. And I'm like, you can get a domestic terrorist up in here if somebody see you talk to their kid like that. So it's not equal understanding. And EPP, educated preparation programs, are not, like, I don't care what school you go to, whether it's 6%, 2%, they're not giving you what you need to have day one. And alternatives are doing as best they can. So it's like half the time with half the stuff, here you go. So I don't know how administration, they got some plans. I've been seeing some stuff y'all doing for like things y'all are hiring for to support new teachers and do new things. And I'm glad about that because it makes me know that you're aware that you're not getting a teacher full blown from the head of Zeus, right? There are people who are coming with all kinds of biases and all kinds of other things. But the one thing every kid needs is to feel like they belong. And we might not be able to quantify that here, but I would love if someday at a graduation, we're talking to kids, you're like, you know what? I didn't like every teacher. I didn't enjoy every subject, but I felt like I belonged. Then I'm like, job done. But that's not here. And like I said, we might not be able to quantify that because it's hard to measure the things that we care about. But I think that as we are doing all of these things and as we are doing this work together, that's something that we keep in the front of our mind. Every kid should feel like they belong. Like, this is my school. That's my principal, right? I don't like him, but that's my principal, or whatever. They should feel like they belong.
I have just a couple to run through quickly. I too, on 1.1 on the constraints, highly qualified teachers. I'd love to know what that means and how we're going to measure that before I vote for it. I don't know if we're talking about certifications, national board certified teachers, if we're just talking about teacher incentive allotment measures, who moves the kids most on the star. Like, I want to know what it is before I go there. That would be extremely helpful because I'd like to know if it really is predictive of practices that disproportionately impact students. And I know if all we're looking at is who moves who on the star, that often can be the definition of disproportionate impact. We know that different kids get different things, and that we have some practices that that narrow kids' opportunities. So I'd like to have more understanding of that, so I can have a sense of whether it's predictive of what I understand our intent to be. The early learning, I feel strongly that we need on our scorecard. It's the gateway for our families. It's the foundation of what comes next for our kids in terms of academic futures, of their social and emotional health and learning, and of enrollment for our district. So I think that is foundational for so many reasons. Again, I'm not sure we're getting it right yet, and that this is predictive of what we want. But I do think it has a place on our scorecard, and then I do share reducing disciplines, not supporting our kids' mental health, and what do we need? And to Trustee Lugo's point, Trustee Hunter's point, it's how we're taking care of our kids, and I know it needs to be an outcome. And I wonder, I know we had some student survey data on our scorecard at one point. I don't know if that meets the LSG requirements, and that's not my very favorite place to go, but maybe that is a way to get closer to what we need. I don't know, but I'll be curious to see if there's something else. I don't remember exactly, Dr. Reach, what you said indicators 4, 8, and 9 were, but I think we were excited about them last time. I remember feeling good about what you brought us. But yeah, the discipline, I think I agree, is sad, and if that's how we're measuring ourselves, we're not holding ourselves to a very high standard. So, and I think this is crucially important because we're hearing so much crisis there.
So it's important, but not under this constraint, correct? Is that what I'm?
The mental health is super important. I think the discipline is important, and I know that when you put it on the scorecard, we incentivize shadow discipline and behaviors that we may not want. And I value it. I mean, I liked it under academics because I think there's a lot of data to support that it has a very clear correlation to academics. That 2019 Stanford study is just one thing that shows that it has a massive correlation. We may or may not be able to do that, and we may like what we have there better, but I think if our families see that under social and emotional learning, they are not going to feel like it reflects what they told us. So.
And then you're good with the modifications to the alternative under early learning, elimination of alternative for constraint 5?
Yes.
Does the administration feel like you have what you need from us?
Yes, I think I need, early learning, I think we just need to spend some time. You know, it's one of the things, I think with the alternative being codified now, quote unquote, or at least consensus from what I'm hearing, that's the alternative is the way to go with the modification. And then based on the conversation we had with on the dais last week, and the conversation today, we can look at modifying 4.1 to better reflect kind of the intent and some of the feedback we received here. I think on the highly qualified teachers, you know, I think at one point we included a baseline, and it's not in here, but my expectation is that we would have a baseline year.
It would be a baseline year.
Yeah, it would be a baseline year. And so I think when we have the conversation with Trustee Boswell, or if we provide a response to the board on that one, I think there's stuff there that I think helps communicate kind of the intent behind it. And as Dr. Hawley and I have talked about multiple times, I mean, if we can figure out a system that over time moves our exemplar teachers to our schools that have been historically underserved in an organic way that doesn't create like long-term adverse impacts, then that would help address many of the overlying issues and concerns that we have. But there are some systems that we don't have in place yet to do this year one. But we can take you through that, and Brandon and I can probably have that conversation as a supplement after we shoot an email over.
Thank you. And I think I'd also just love to know how we're defining exemplar. There are lots of ways to define that, and if that's just who gets the best star scores, that may not be capturing that disparity part. Thank you.
All right. I guess we move on to the next topic. We were supposed to finish at 9. It's now 10:47. Just wanted to let you all know. So budget is next. So.
Yeah, and then before on 5.1, we're going to list out 4, 8, and 9. I mean, it sounds like that's going to be something we're just going to have to. Thank you. I know we have the supplement, Jacob, and we talked about that. I just.
Very long agenda.
We'll figure it out. Okay.
Thank you to the team. Y'all did a great job, and I can tell that you put your heart and soul into this. Thank you.
Brandy, I haven't eaten yet. I'm gonna eat while this next one is going.
Yeah, please do. The food is really good. Oops. Okay, so Ed and your team, I know you all have done a lot of work with the budget, so regale us, superintendent and team.
Yeah, President Singh, this is really a follow-up to the conversation we had with the board last Thursday, and creating the space to answer any additional questions the board may have. There was also a request to compare to the best of our abilities what other school districts are experiencing from a kind of total budget, recapture and deficit perspective, as far as kind of what they would expect to see. And so there's a image on the screen here that shows what we've been able to gather thus far. But I think generally speaking, President Singh, it's really an opportunity to answer any questions that the trustees may have regarding next steps. There's been a lot shared in board docs, and so we're happy to have a conversation and take it in any direction that the board would like to take it.
Thank you. Ed, why don't you go ahead and start?
So as Superintendent Segura mentioned, there was a request to compare our proposed deficit budget and kind of comparing it to some of the other urban districts in the state. How does our deficit compare to the other urban districts? And so school districts are required to post their proposed budget numbers on their website. They have until June 30th to do so if they are a July 1st fiscal year district. If they are a September 1st fiscal year district, they will post those in August. So not everyone has posted their numbers online. But the districts that have posted as of today, so our number, our $41 million deficit, that is 2.37% of our budget. Then you see Plano ISD, their $37 million proposed deficit is 5.27% of their budget. Brownsville ISD, 4.68% of their budget. Dallas ISD, 10.36% of their budget. Isleta ISD, 3.44%. San Antonio ISD, 8.64%. And so again, these are proposed budgets that haven't been adopted, but these are some of the most current numbers that we have, and we will be updating these as more of these numbers become available. Yes.
And this assumes we pass our Vader?
This assumes that we pass our Vader, correct. These are our Vader numbers.
Okay, and what would our deficit be if we fail to pass that or choose not to go for that?
So without the Vader, we would be looking at a $56 million deficit. And so that would put us closer to probably Plano's percentage, about 5%.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if we could put this on board docs and include that new line with the Vader and non-Vader.
The request came in today, and we just
By me.
pulled it together.
Thank you for pulling this together.
Yeah, we can update it.
It's an interesting document.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, Ed, is there any strange way to interpret, would it be correct to interpret this and say, okay, we're not doing that bad if we're only at 2.37? And I mean, how, are there other factors that maybe aren't included in here that would help somebody see how bad our situation is with regards to the deficit, for example, fund balance or anything like that?
Well, one of the things that I would mention is that every district, well, not every district, but the majority of districts across the state are facing deficit budgets. So it's not an anomaly that only a few districts are facing. To say that there is not a public education funding crisis in the state is not true. There is. You will see that as more and more districts begin passing their budgets. And so the numbers, as we begin getting more updated numbers, you will see that. Districts will be passing deficit budgets. You will see a percentage of those deficits compared to their overall budget. But again, it's going to, that percentage is going to depend on their fund balance. What can they absorb as a district if they use some of that fund balance to absorb their deficit? And so we luckily do have a fund balance, and we are able to absorb and cushion some of our deficit with our fund balance, thus the percentage that you see there. So districts that are using more of their fund balance, you see smaller percentages. Districts that choose not to use as much fund balance, you'll see a larger percentage.
All right. Trustees, any questions? Okay.
You said the majority of districts are in a deficit situation?
Are going to be passing deficit budgets.
And I would just so I am interested in that fund balance piece of this, and I don't want you to spend a lot of time on this before we pass the budget, but I would be interested and I think this is something we've been interested in before, is just getting a sense of how our fund balance compares with other districts, because I think that is another indication of our financial health. Thank you.
So, let me ask the trust, is it, we always try to provide examples that are similar to AISD. And so there is other information we can collect, but it's not going to be necessarily only urbans, right? We have suburbans now, you see Sci-Fair. I mean, there's a lot of people coming into this space, and there's school districts around us I mean, and we can show that as well. And so I don't know if it's helpful to the board, because sometimes, I know y'all get questions, I get questions, so what are the school districts around Austin ISD doing? And so, we can certainly do the best we can in providing that. It's not as easy, there's going to be some energy spent in pulling that out, but I think it would be helpful maybe show it in that way as well.
To show Central Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It was really meant to be, we did an in-depth conversation Thursday. We got a lot of feedback. I know it was a heavy meeting, and it's one of the reasons we kind of wanted to create this space to answer any questions. But from last Thursday to today, the information is still very relevant. We provided this additional information, and we can certainly provide the additional requests that we just got. It's the best of our ability.
I have a question about the 13.5 million in possible savings that you had identified, the vacancy savings and the 7 million by pausing contributions to the health plan, and whether there's been any conversation about committing to that 7 million or any portion of the 6.5 million to reduce our deficit when we pass it.
So I think there's from an administration a commitment to do it. I think after I spoke with Ed, given the timing of when we post and have to communicate out like our financials, our book, and everything else, we wouldn't be able to amend the budget itself until post approval. And I think it has to do with just from a school district's perspective when we have to go public with those rates and everything else. Ed, do you want to elaborate on that?
So there are posting requirements between when we post our budget numbers and adopt our tax rate. So there is a 10-day period that we have to give the public when we post our maintenance and operations expenditures, our tax rate that we are proposing. And so any changes to those numbers, we would have to give another 10-day period. And so the time that we have now till when we adopt our tax rate, we would have to repost in the newspaper any changes to that. So the tool that we do have available, of course, the board always has the opportunity to amend the budget as quickly as they see fit.
I would welcome for a meeting next week, kind of what the numbers would look like with different versions of that, and maybe a thought about what the administration might recommend.
As far as a amended budget post June 20th?
Yes.
And how early would bring?
So what would the best course of action would be to adopt the proposed budget, and then in August quickly amend the budget as the board would see that they would like to amend the budget. So we could quickly amend the budget soon after.
So not an amendment when we vote?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
With the majority of districts passing deficit budgets, among the recapture districts, what's the percentage? I mean, loosely, is it 100% or?
I don't have that number, but I would say the majority of the recapture districts are passing deficit budgets.
Well, certainly a majority. If the majority statewide.
But I don't have that
I'm just
percentage.
interested, yeah.
When you say, I would say the majority of suburban and urban school districts that pay in a recapture.
Correct.
Because I think there are some rural school districts that have recapture payments because of the value. So I just want to be very clear, like it's like for like. There's some really kind of outliers out there.
Got it. So if you're a rural district in an oil-rich,
correct,
whatever, you might not be subject to recapture.
Well, you would be subject to recapture.
You might not be forced to pass a deficit budget.
Correct, and that is a very different world than what we operate in. Mm-hmm. Just there are some of those out there.
But suburban and now, so
I would say urban and suburbans.
Urban and now suburbans are all kind of in this bucket, or more likely to be in this.
More likely, yes.
And when we get our Central Texas, we'll look at Eanes which is recapture. We'll look at Pflugerville, which is now recapture. We'll look at Del Valle, which is now recapture. We'll get some snapshot of local ones.
Yeah, is Huddle recapture too?
Huddle's recapture, Lake Travis,
Yep.
Del Valle, Georgetown.
Yeah, everybody's coming in now.
All right. Any other questions, comments? All right, guys, so, let me find my script. So at this time, so thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Hosick. So we will now recess the open meeting at 11:12 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the executive session, we'll briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. Thank you. The open meeting at 12:56 a.m. Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second. Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 12:56 a.m.